So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
And we're live. Hello, everyone. My name is Dia. For those of you who have not been watching the broadcast for a little while, I think the last time I cast was a couple of weeks ago. But Bren, I'll remember you from yesterday. You were crushing it. We're very happy to have you back at the CBLOL English broadcast. And especially as we approach this final day of the regular season. Not a whole lot is going to change, as I know has already been noted in Twitch chat. Our playoffs teams are secured, and we are fortunate to see a lot of playoffs teams today. All four of the teams that are going to be playing, we will be continuing to see in the playoffs. However, there are still some things that could change when it comes to where these teams stand in the playoffs. Also, if anybody can hear at any point the people yelling outside my window, just let me know and I'll reduce my gain. I'll check Twitch chat occasionally. There are people yelling.
Tia just lives in a very, very lively neighborhood. It's the kind of the opposite of where I am. It's very quiet. There's like a golf course nearby.
Do you want to swap?
It's mostly old people. I'd be happy. I'd be happy to come over to where you're at. I think I'd enjoy the difference in tempo. But in terms of, like you talked about, the seeding is what we're talking about, possibly changing today.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to that, for Fluxu, it's going to be a must-win game because we have this first series, Fluxu W7M versus Los Grandes. And if Fluxu win, they keep their hopes alive of getting that second seed and propelling themselves into a bye. But they need them to win, and for in the next series, VKS to lose, because if both those teams win, we get some insane shenanigans.
Yeah, the bye is really where we're looking today, is like the carrot that we'll be holding out in front of these teams. There is some shenanigans that can happen a little later with Bivocade, but we'll only talk about that if Fluxu win. And one of the funny things that you and I were talking about actually as we got into today, Bren, was that any result from either of these matches honestly wouldn't be that amiss. Yes, technically Fluxu are favored over Los, and technically Vivo are favored over Loud. But I'm not holding these teams to that. It is not like yesterday where I was like, oh my god, Pain won a game. Anybody could win today.
Pain won a series.
They won a series, even crazier. Anything could happen today. And it'll be CBLOL. So it will be crazy, but it's all expected CBLOL ranges.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that no result would shock us is because it is CBLOL, right? Mm-hmm. Like we know these teams, we know this league. There is the favored team is only favored on paper. Getting out onto the Rift is a whole different scenario, and these teams love to just randomly throw spanners in the works. And yeah, I don't think either of the teams are so strong today that any result is so out of left field. And I think that's a good thing, because it means that we are in for some probably pretty exciting League of Legends going forward.
Now, because I see Gruntar and Colossus on my screen, I know that draft is coming up soon, so I do want to dial in on what's going on in today's first match of the day, Fluxu v Los, because even in all the chaos of CBLOL, there are things that tend to become true about teams, styles that tend to develop, and Fluxu have actually been on the upswing, not just in their results, but in the way that they stylistically like to play the game. You and 4x4 mentioned this earlier, and by earlier I mean yesterday, but about how the game is increasingly becoming about neutral objective control, especially in CBLOL. That is where more games are won and lost than anywhere else. And up against Los Grandes, that's going to be a really interesting and interactive challenge between these two teams, because Fluxu have done a great job of setting up objectives, and Los, for all that they haven't secured that many objectives, do a pretty good job at denying setup.
Yeah, so if you look at these two teams, they're kind of there's a lot of like diametrically opposed kind of styles going on here. And the thing is, like you said, great setup for Fluxu. They love, especially around the bottom side of the map, to get set up early, get their guys out on the map, and kind of anticipate where these fights are going to happen. They'll set up lots of wards. Fluxu actually have the highest wards placed per minute in the whole league. And opposite them is Los Grandes, who have the lowest wards placed per minute in the whole league, but they have the second highest, and only barely are they second when it comes to ward here per minute. Like I said, denying that setup. Los Grandes are pretty good at reacting, pretty good at trying to clear up. And so I am whether than not, the abundance of new items, new runes, all of the stuff we talked about yesterday are going to affect the way these two teams try to approach some of those objectives.
Well, as we get into the draft, we're already going to see the early stages of it. A quick check-in, Bren. Chat's asking if you're all right. Are you feeling all right? You feeling good today? Let me know.
You're concerned for my health? I feel great. I haven't cast CBLOL in a while, and I think I needed back-to-back days. It's gonna make it keeps the energy up. Otherwise, I'm just sitting around on a Sunday doing nothing. I was chilling in the living room playing some piano. I come up here. I get ready to cast my favorite league in the world. This is a good day for me.
I was gonna say a little CBLOL make the pain go away, but yesterday you really brought the pain back, and that's something that Fluxu are hoping to continue. They grabbed the Pantheon really early on, following that up with a Sivir. Now we'll see what else gets paired with this. Varus Trundle on the other side. Trundle a pretty early lock-in considering there were no face-up tanks on Fluxu.
Yeah, so I think something to keep in mind. Uh-oh, my VMix keeps freezing.
Is that me? That might be me. Surely it's not. Refresh it.
I hope.
For those of
I'll
you
refresh it. It might.
For those of you who are curious, I am both producing and commentating today, which puts an unknown amount of strain on my computer. We don't actually know. It's an unknown quantity, and we'll be discovering it as the game goes on. So if the stream crashes, you hit me up. You let me know. I'll be watching chat on my left-hand monitor. However, to continue covering the draft right now, we did lock in a Bard next to the Sivir, which actually is a really nice pick, especially for Fluxu when we consider their objective setups. This gives them the ability not only to extend lane pressure into mid to support Cody, who has done really well for Fluxu this split, but also to extend the pressure that bot lane may be able to get into things like Rift Heralds and Void Grubs later on. Alistair, on the other hand, is going to give you an extra bit of bruiser-y front line for Los Grandes, and they can match that, or they can continue that with a mid laner who can bring a lot of damage as well, because Varus, pretty nice, pretty good, safe pick for lane, but later on, I think you'd like to have somebody else with Varus to support him in consistent damage-wise.
Yeah, in terms of the consistent damage output, Varus is definitely obviously going to lose out to the Sivir. And so unless the enemy team is picking, incredibly tanky, you're not seeing a lot of on-hit, attack speed Varuses put out onto the Rift. It's mostly they're looking towards that lethality playstyle. It makes their lane a lot safer. And, talking about Los wanting to deny setup, something that Varus is very good at is kind of punishing you for, overextending, trying to set up wards and stuff by just poking you down and chipping you with those empowered arrows, getting lots of damage on the board. We're seeing the bans out. Interestingly, a Vayne banned here in phase 2 of bans, so there is concerned that Zest may want to play that top, and that maybe gives some indication. Oh no, they also banned out an Ezreal. Is Fluxu not convinced that this Varus is going into the bot lane?
They're definitely keeping it open. Los Grandes are fueling that insecurity. Have only seen one Vayne top lane, but if you want to go for something like a carry as well, Aurora still a possibility. That hasn't been banned just yet. And very curious what'll go down there. Got a couple of hovers for Los Grandes right now, but a Cassante does basically ensure that it's not going to matter too much what gets locked in the top lane. Zest can more or less play whatever he wants, and it's going to be neutralized, at least in the early stages of this game. However, around team fights, he will be bringing equal, if not greater, team fighting power with the Gnar. We didn't get to talk too much about Cody's Cassiopeia into the Ryze matchup. This is a pretty common matchup we'll see pro players around the world opt into. For Cody specifically, given that he is a player who who you and I have given a lot of credit for being a big part of Fluxu, it does make me a little nervous that this is his first time playing the champion in this split, and also that it's typically not a matchup against Ryze where you have a lot of say. Yes, you bring a lot of damage later, but Cody should be having the lane dictated to him all the way up through 2 items.
Yeah, Ryze has a lot of control in terms of the way this lane is going to be played out, and Cody's Cassiopeia isn't historically one of his stronger picks. But I think maybe the hope there for Fluxu is that later on it is going to, you talked about a lot of the power that Gnar brings. Well, relies a lot on things like the bounce and stuff, and it'll help deny Los from getting into Fluxu and messing with their stronger setup. So I am interested to see how it plays out. Like you said, I do expect the Rise to kind of have the better of that matchup, but it could just be Fluke, on the part of Fluxu or on the part of Cody, just saying, hey, we trust that this guy has hands and he's gonna beat you anyways.
And I mean, you have Sivir Cassiopeia on the side of Fluxu, so if you are just betting that your game is going long, I don't think that there is a better way to set yourself up for a victory. I don't happen to have their average game time off the top of my head, but there is a lot.
I can find for you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. There is a lot of scaling on the side of Fluxu that, while I don't hate Los's composition, I wouldn't say is matched. The nice thing is that Trundle is going to do really well in these team fights, especially those that Curdy shows up to. So there is the possibility for Los to have a really fantastic mid game, especially around Rise wave control and Varus power spikes. But if they're not able to capitalize on that mid game, Fluxu should shut him down.
Yeah, so bringing it up, Fluxu actually has the shortest average game time of every team except for Pain, who are a straight up outlier in that category, over a minute shorter average game time than Fluxu. Fluxu averaged a 32-minute and 13-second game time. As we see, also something to point out is a couple of new wards picked up. You can see in the mid lane, I believe both of them are taking the Deathfire Touch new rune keystone, which will be good for that sustained damage. If you don't know what it applies a burn every time you do ability damage, and after enough time of that burn being applied, the burn then doubles in damage after about 3 seconds.
Yeah, I'm a scumbag, and I've been playing a lot of Brand this split, so I'm pretty familiar with Deathfire Touch, as are my lane opponents. What they may not expect is this gank from Peach. Level 2 right now. This is kind of sniffed out, but nonetheless, a flash forward from Peach to attempt to make this work. It was a lot of time invested by Peach, especially this early on into the game. Gets a flash from Dudu, not much else. It's a win. It's a small win. It really depends on what Curse is doing on the other side of this. When he's just continued with the full clear, I'd say small advantage actually to Los after this, but it really depends on the next few minutes.
It is going to depend on the way Curse can leverage this. Like you said, he's already now level 3. He's going to be a bit ahead on that clear. But this does have the the consequence that Dudu is, because he doesn't have the new Doran's bow, he's not life stealing as much with the Omnivamp and the extra attack speed. It's designed to be sort of a sustain item. He has picked the item that most I've seen most pro players are sticking with, the Doran's blade, giving them the option to fight, giving them that upfront power. But that means Duda is a little low, and we could see that the Bard and Sivir, use this so that they're not at such a disadvantage in lane, because it feels like Varus and Alistar is such a strong lane, to go against Sivir, who's really not going to be all that successful until much later.
And this freeze is really good as well. Ackerman gets to start off and engage, but Fluxu are forced to overextend by so much that Bao actually burns Flash, Barrier, and his support's heal in order to get out of this very low investment post full clear gank from Curse. I would say right now Curse is winning the jungle matchup.
Yeah, and Curse is a jungler, that we have, I think, quite a bit of respect for. When he was playing, I believe, on Red Canids, we saw that this guy has a lot of potential. He has the ability to be, a very heads-up jungler, and he's using his advantage now, stepping in to try and take some of the Raptors away, but he might be a little far forward. He's going to get punished there by Cody pretty heavily.
He didn't get a single Raptor, and he might actually die for this. Does end up getting a little bit of extra movement speed off the W, and ultimately gets out after burning his flash as well. A little bit of a downturn for Curse, just as I was speaking well of him, but nothing too disastrous just yet. It did make me a little sad he didn't get a single Raptor. However, note towards the top side, Zest is just teleported back into lane, and Cody, feeling confident on this Cassiopeia, is keeping what we expected of this matchup true. He is having the wave dictated to him. The wave is pushing. into his tower, and he is going to have to deal with that for a while, but the damage you can put out on Cassiopeia really doesn't make it look like that much of an issue when he's stepping up and taking trades with Feisty and with Curse.
Yeah, and you can see how much damage that he is getting added on from that rune, that new rune. How it works is if you are doing a single target, the burn applies for 4 seconds, and you only need 3 seconds of uptime to get that double damage burn. And so that's why it's so powerful on champions like these two mid laners with the Cassiopeia and the Rise. Both of them have a lot of single target abilities that are giving them the option to get that burn just sustained down. And that's why you saw, even though Curse only would have taken 1 additional Q, the Q on its own would not have killed him. The burn from the rune would have. That's why he invested the flash. But now someone else might have to invest the flash. We're getting a gank in the bot side.
Everyone remembers Dudu does not have flash, so he's going to eat this damage, but he barriers through it and almost kills Bao. Ackerman with some really nice peel for Dudu! And a first blood off of a piercing arrow will go to the Los Grandes bot lane.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Bao. Stays around, says maybe, I'm confident that I can sidestep this skill shot. And Dudu said, are you? Are you sure about that? And it gets the punish. So a really good turn here for Los Grandes as they're able to pick up the first blood. They're able to get a great start for their game. They're actually the lowest in the league for first blood percent, tied only with Loud down at the bottom there. So this is a wonderful start for Los Grandes, much better. And you can see they're just winning this trade straight up early on. It takes so long for Peach to get over there. Look at Momochi's health by the time Peach is there. Look at Bao getting those stacks of blight on him and does not time the spell shield to dodge that piercing arrow, and so does not have it and immediately falls to the next piercing arrow. A really strong start for Los.
Great flash from Cody to avoid this gank, but Ackerman doing a really good job in the bot lane as well, keeping Dudu safe as he has been incredibly active on this Alistar, considering the losing matchup that Alistar was picked into. Sivir and Bard have so much more laning power, and yet we really haven't seen that matter at all to the Los Grandes bot lane or to the Los Grandes support, who's having his matchup, and I was going to say eating it too, and that just doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, it kind of works here because even though Alistar is outranged by the Sivir and the Bard and he would get poked out, the early setups that they had burning a lot of spells, as well as now this turnaround on this gank, because Varus is so much stronger in lane than the Sivir is. Sivir obviously can clear waves like no other, even early on, but she doesn't necessarily have the strongest fighting power. And Varus just does offer quite a bit of damage. Getting the blight stacks down, getting those abilities weaved in, means that Ackerman can actually afford to be a little more aggressive, because if you're sitting still, you're just eating those blight stacks. It's easy setup for Duda's Varus. And that has made their lane much, much easier to execute. Whereas, Bard and Sivir have a lot of power, but it has to be used a lot more carefully. Sivir very classically starved for mana at pretty much all stages of the game where she doesn't have an Essence Reaver. And Bard, not necessarily designed to fight early on. You'll see in his inventory, he just has the Kindle Gem, which, while Ackerman throwing himself forward, that's a combat stat.
Whoa! Very nice petrifying gaze. And for the moment, Cody will be able to survive it just fine. Peach is actually showing up in the lane, peeling himself off of the Void Grubs, and, well, Curse shows up as well. The junglers pathing through mid lane to make sure that all is well with this play. It's worth talking about the objectives. First Dragon went to Los Grandes, and Luxu really want these Void Grubs, but are having trouble securing them, especially with Peach blocking damage from all the wrong directions. Magical Journey will not take him out of here, and we've got a fight going on in the bot lane as well, with Bao getting lower and lower. Curdy's going to mimic that, but all outs Curse over the wall to go jungler with Los Grandes.
The flash Insect with the all out, takes him all the way through the wall to his tower. Really good play there from Curdy. You has to expend a lot of resources, teleport it in, obviously invested the flash and the ultimate as well, but he's able to at least, even out that fight a little bit, get his jungler, kind of a vengeance. By taking out the opposing jungler means that there's not going to be a free objective for Los Grandes. And we talked about these objectives are going to be a big deal with the way that at least it apparent to us and apparent to a couple of these CBLOL teams that the meta, the winds are sort of shifting back towards the way that 2025 was to centralize around these big team fights.
And yet it is Fluxu who came into this series, into this matchup with a much better objective record. It is they who are losing control. A lot of that coming down to Cody being able to be involved in these small skirmishes that are happening in the setup or Dragons or Void Grubs. Cody's been forced to sit mid lane and things have not gone well for him, nor have they gone well for Bao in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is this early power of this Varus, and that one of those arrows that was with no additional blight stacks, applying a fifth of his health. It's very tough to deal with. And we talked about those early combat stats. Momochi's Kindle Gem, because he's not a frontliner, he's not a tank, he doesn't have those high resistances, isn't a combat stat. But health, that Kindle Gem on Ackerman, that's a combat stat. We're seeing now here in the top side.
Oh my god, oh my god, the Realm Warp gets stopped. Fluxu have picked this fight, and I'm not sure they want it, but Cody's in here, and with the sustained damage off Cassiopeia, might be able to make this work. He will pick up the first kill of the skirmish, taking out Curse, the jungler for Los Grandes once again. That is the one target that Fluxu are ready to assassinate at all times. They've got eyes only for Curse.
Yeah, they've picked him off 2 times now, and both of which around this neutral objective here in the top side. It's been really good for them as a response to this early game not necessarily going their way. And yeah, that fight looked a little rough, but Cody able to get in there, like you said, with the sustained damage. We're starting to already see value in this Cassio pick. And I got to see how this started, because I was over here talking about bot lane combat stats and laning, and they have a Realm Warp coming in and a really good stasis there from the Bard to lock everybody in place. And yeah, it gets a little feisty, but Peach just able to get away, and then it is Cody to clean it up from there on out. And this is the power also of that Cassante. Cassante was 2v1 up there on the top end of that objective pit, and was just neutralizing.
Not a whole lot they can do right now. Locked up by the chains of corruption and 2 autos away from death. Curse will answer back. Finally, the cyberbullying is responded to, and Los figure out how to isolate the jungler as well. That opens up this dragon for free, and they are winning on the opposite end of the map. Zest picking up the last turret plate, I believe, if my eyes are not failing me right now. And likely going to turn that into a first tower pretty soon. It is the unhealthiest tower on the Rift right now. Zest is feeling very comfortable in this Dinar matchup that they did prioritize for him with counterpick.
Yeah, and now we're going to get more action in the bot lane, perhaps. Momochi barely dodging out on that headbutt pulverize combo. And this is kind of uncharacteristic for Fluxu. We talked about not only are they just good at setting up for objectives, but the objectives they love to set up for the most is the dragon in the bot lane, and they've lost the first 2 of them already.
With the next one coming up in 5 minutes, there is a Rift Herald to bridge the gap for Fluxu, who have had more top lane objective control than usual. However, it's worth noting that even though they got a Void Grub, won the fight, they didn't actually go and pick up any of the additional Void Grubs. So Fluxu's small win towards the top side really is smaller than you would think it is. They've gotten almost nothing done in terms of neutral objectives, and that brings us back to a strength for Los Grandes. There's a chance that Fluxu aren't able to succeed around these neutral objectives because they can't freaking see, Bren.
Yeah, they can't set up. You can see Los Grandes is around the map, pretty much dominating the vision control. They have pushed their vision line pretty far forward, trying to push it into the enemy jungle. You can see there on the top side, there's that ward covering that fairy lights, one of the new additions from the 2026 season. If you're just tuning in, for the first time and what's going on in the League of Legends sphere, they added those little yellow circles, and if you place a ward in them, you get a massive area of vision that you can see from your one ward. And so controlling those is really powerful. You can see the vision across the map is really favoring Los Grandes at the moment. And it's mostly on the back. They don't have that many wards, not in excess. They're just denying Fluxu from ever advancing that vision line.
We're about to get the Rift Herald up in the next few minutes. The very same objective that I talked about, sort of bridging us into Dragon. Void Grubs still available, and Fluxu have not returned to the scene of the crime, but Los Grandes are going to. Popping over the wall, Curse starts this objective up, and Peach technically in position to contest. He does have the Grand Starfall, which we have not seen used. I think that's a really important thing to note when we talk about how early, how much priority there was on this Pantheon in the draft. Peach has not made use of the strengths of Pantheon really at all. Has made an early gank happen, and since then it has been a slumber party basically everywhere that Peach has been. Currently heading up towards the top side, maybe trying to reverse that.
Yeah, we might be looking at a dive, but this is a full health Rise. Surely will buy enough time to at least Realm Warp away, and so they think second of it, Rise with that first item completed does have the Rod of Ages, and even without it being fully stacked, it is pretty powerful. Something to note, we didn't see them at all yesterday. I want to take a look at Cassiopeia's boots. Because one of the changes... Oh, never mind. We're going to talk about the top lane.
Well, I mean, for a second, Feisty is gone. This is the play that Fluxu have been setting up for an eternity. And as a result, Los get the best chance to respond, getting Zest the first tower of the game. It isn't in top lane like we were expecting earlier, but Zest getting first brick is still huge. He has, as we said, been really important on this Gnar when it comes to applying side lane pressure. And Zest as a top laner is somebody who likes popping off, not just in side lanes, but in team fights as well. With these carry top laners, Gnar can be the marriage of those two things, a tank in the side lane and a carry in the team fights.
Yeah, and he's up a massive amount right now. He's playing very, very well this early game. You can see he's up 40 farm, which is just kind of a staggering number. And so he's going to be really dangerous. Talk about popping. Yeah, that doesn't consider plates. That doesn't consider that he has towers. There we are. Broadcast is now talking about it. Is those boots? Those are the new boots they have added. They are Omnivamp boots. And I was theory crafting what users might be best for them. I thought it might be Cassio, but can this Alistar get away? Have to pop the ultimate, but once he does, it's Alistar with ultimate. You just wash your hands for that one.
Exactly. You'll get it back soon enough. Now, unfortunately for Los Grandes, soon enough is not around the dragon, spawning in 20 seconds, but they have pulled another Los Grandes classic, and take a look at the vision. They've got not only aggressive vision to see what Fluxu is trying to do, but they have exclusive vision when it comes to the river immediately surrounding this Drake pit. It's impossible for Fluxu, our objective controlling team, to actually set up to control set objectives.
Yeah, they have not been able to get solid vision down, and because of that, Los is just gonna they know where the wards are, and they're just gonna pull immediately away. They know that the fairy light does not reach up here, and Fluxu without the vision aren't gonna even try and contest it. It's gonna be a third dragon over to Los Grandes. A really tough position for Fluxu. They're falling, ever further behind. The gold lead is already about 4K, and the neutral objectives are not going their way.
They might be transitioning this into Rift Herald as well, but Fluxu have something to say about it. We've got a teleport channeled as Cody shows up to fight Los Grandes. Feisty finds himself accidentally in the front line, but Curse goes for the re-engage and sidesteps the Cassiopeia ultimate, turning his gaze away at the last second. Los Grandes, they don't find any kills here, but they do manage to avoid falling in a fight, in a trap that Fluxu set up for them. And now, can set up around this Rift Herald as well. Curse has started that in the Scuttle Crab at the same time. Bit of a greedy boy move, but I think you can afford to be a bit of a greedy boy when Los Grandes are winning as much as they are.
They're winning as much as they are. You're Trundle. You're not. You're healing off the objective. You're not taking really any amount of damage, and so you know he wants them both. He can have them both. He earned it. So here in the top lane,
This is like, as the team fight was happening, this was also happening.
and just Mininar just beats up, Curdy there. It's a bit of a wallet diff. Obviously, you can see Zest now 2 full items has the Black Cleaver, which means that even with the amount of armor that Curdy is building, as tanky as Cassante is, Black Cleaver doing a lot to mitigate that. And Zest is going to be doing quite a lot of damage, especially with those passive procs to boot. And so going to be a tough, way to play this out. The only lane that is ahead for Fluxu is Cody, and it's just barely. He's doing his best to keep the team afloat, but it's getting ever steeper, the mountain that they're going to have to climb to get back in this game.
And tower going to be taken. Tempered Fate does connect in time to save it for a few seconds, but does not prevent the Rift Herald damage as Los take the ensuing and very foreseeable fight. Fluxu find themselves unable to defend at every turn. They don't save the mid lane tower. They certainly don't save their jungler, who Los have had a grudge against this entire game. And they are going to lose control of this game in a way that now feels, I'd say, a bit too much, Bren. I've been coping for Fluxu the first half of this game, going, well, they've got the scaling composition. Yeah, things might not be going well. This dive is just ridiculous. Bao gets taken out of the blast cone play, and Zest makes another to take out Cody. Los Grandes are just having fun 20 minutes into the game.
And this is exactly the problem when you draft that sort of, hey, we were just going to mega outscale you sort of composition, is that if you don't set yourself and put yourself in good positions early on, it's so easy to punish, because Los Grandes found that little bit of a lead, and it was already going to be difficult to play on even footing. Now you're playing from a deficit, and Los Grandes understand they understand the assignment. They keep pressing, they keep using that pressure so that Fluxu never have a chance to scale into the game. We talked about this. Fluxu have one of the lowest average game durations in the league. And the Bard ultimate just barely too slow as well.
I'm actually kind of mad about that, no lie. Like, I was praising Momochi's Bard ultimates earlier. It's not Avada Kedavra, but it feels unforgivable.
It feels like an unforgivable, but curse is on the other team, so I guess we can't get both. Listen, Fluxu, if you've watched them, as the re-engage comes through here, this dive just really well executed. They lose Ackerman, but who cares? They take out Cody. They're like you said, just having fun with it. Fluxu has been very successful, for especially their growth from the previous split. But these guys have played the least games. They've played the fewest games of any team in the league. They're pretty much almost every week either 2-0ing or getting 0-2. They've only gone to a game 3 a single time. And their games are much the same. They're either stomping or getting stomped. And so I don't know that drafting a super late game scaly comp with 2 carries that need to be there late is their option. And now we're going to see if they get punished again.
Stomping or getting stomped. I can tell you what this looks like, and Cody can tell you what it feels like as he gets slammed into the river. Nice Chains of Corruption over the wall will secure yet another kill for Dutta. And Los walk into Fluxu's jungle, take 4 kills. They can take the Baron, they can take the Dragon. I'll tell you what I'd like them to take the game, because it's kind of hurting watching what they're doing to Fluxu right now.
Yeah, at this point, it is a little it stings, right? And you can see the setup. It's just Fluxu are desperately trying to do what they do best: go forward, get vision, be proactive. But they're so far behind that they get spotted out by Los Grandes doing what they do best and denying that setup. And immediately Los Grandes pull the trigger. They don't hesitate. They know what they have to do. They punish Fluxu for their hubris. They take a big old purple worm, for their troubles. Now they've got a Bear and power play to go forward with and siege these already beleaguered turrets on the side of Fluxu. Fluxu has not been able to take a single one. The waves are stacking up, and they're harder to clear than they ever have been with the new durability changes. And so it's going to be a long road for Fluxu to march up to one of those towers and do something about it.
This is Soul, by the way. Los Grandes have quietly been just picking up every dragon in the game. So if you thought they were hard to kill before, especially Trundle, bro. You thought Trundle was hard to kill before?
With the Chemtech Soul, my goodness.
You're not going to see a 3 show up in the deaths column for him this game, that's for sure. Los Grandes have almost everything they could want, but here's Cody, coping on scaling and picking up a side lane objective. There's a bounty to go with that. Super nice. Love that look for Fluxu. Might it win them the game? I mean, it is CBLOL. There's always a chance. Is it likely that makes a difference at all? No. No, it is not.
Yeah, something that I want to point out is look at the difference in level between Curdy and Zest. It's a 3-level difference. And one of the big reasons for that is that they did rework the top lane quest reward. Instead of a 12.5% XP increase on all sources, it's only an 11% XP increase on all sources. But now you get a flat 80 XP on every champion takedown. And look who has a lot of kill participation. 7 kill participation to his name is Zest, compared to Curdy's only 2. And now they're sieging on the towers, and they might be looking for even more, because look at Feisty just hiding off on the side there, waiting for the tower to go down.
And Zest's Gnar in mini form, by the way, it's just face tanking the tower. Does use an ultimate to try and get a stun into Pillar, but doesn't quite work out, as Curdy will manage to survive, burning the Mikhails off Momochi. Fluxu, they're burning big cooldowns just to stay alive, and Los Grandes get to go fishing. Out go the Chains of Corruption. Tempered Fate will connect onto 2. It is Fluxu's best chance, but a flash away from Dudu will save him once again as a triple
the Pulverize
comes in, giving Los Grandes their first kill of this skirmish. Momochi takes a very magical journey to survive, but it is not one to thrive, as Los Grandes take down both Nexus towers and now get to focus on having a bit of fun before they ultimately take the Nexus out. Going golden, Feisty will save his own life, but Curse ends the game, sending us to a very quick end to game 1 and a Los Grandes win at that.
That last team fight was looking good for a second for Fluxu. They had some of the tools they wanted, but what a great re-engage from Ackerman. That headbutt Pulverize was just mint. And this Los Grandes looks a lot like the one we saw last split, the one that was threatening to be the best team in the league week in and week out. Now we have a bit of a series on our hands. Like we said, neither result would surprise us, but if I'm honest, I am surprised because I thought it would be a little closer.
And this is actually an important series, not just for Fluxu. It's also an important series for Vivocade. Because if Fluxu lose this game and Vivocade win theirs, Vivocade still can't take second because they don't have the head-to-head against Furia. In order to give us a 3-way tie, Fluxu need to win this game and Vivocade need to win theirs. So if you're a Vivocade fan, you're watching now, it's time to start sweating because you need Fluxu to pick up 2 victories in a row, or you know what? I bet that's what's being explained on broadcast right now.
Yeah, they look very serious. Those believe it or not, those gentlemen know quite a bit of what they probably know the 3-way tiebreaker rules. Dia, we don't.
They probably do.
I was looking at it. I was like, I'm
hoping it's not a Monday broadcast because I got plans tomorrow, and I sure would like to see how the 3-way tie that does not look possible at this point would theoretically get broken. Right now, what is looking the most likely is that Fluxu are kind of checked out today. As you mentioned, they have the least games played, and that is for a reason. They are either 2-0ing or they are 0-2ing. You need to break that habit now, because otherwise, Fluxu will be ending their season with another 0-2, denied a chance at second place and a bye in the playoffs. We are going to go to a quick break. When we return, will Fluxu's mental have recovered, or will Los close it out? We'll find out in a few minutes. And I keep wanting to say, and we're live, so I'm just going to do it again. And while backstage, I'll be honest with you guys, Bren and I have been talking about some pretty sad stuff, talking about loss, talking about life. But Bren, to make that a little more lighthearted, we may be mourning yet another loss in the next few minutes because Fluxu, RIP after that first game. That was a very, very tough way for the first game to go. However, on the other side of that, credit to Los Grandes, who crushed it. They did everything that you said they were going to do in the pregame. They denied vision. They denied an opportunity for Fluxu to come back into the game at every point. And their bot lane actually looked pretty good while all that was happening.
Yeah, and they were dynamic. You know, the way that we had to like respond to, they were just everywhere on the map, and it was tough for us on the broadcast to respond to Los Grandes. I can't imagine being the team that had to play against them on the Rift, as we are getting here into the draft. I'm not ready to call Fluxu dead just yet. I'm still. I'm in my first stage of grief. It's denial. Fluxu is winning this game.
Okay,
I believe in them.
So we were talking about this in the pre whatever game. Fluxu have swapped sides here. Does that mean anything? Should I be looking out for that, Bren, or do Fluxu have a side win skewage?
So Fluxu play a lot of their games, one of the higher percentages on the blue side, but they don't tend to pick first. They have the second lowest first pick percent in the league. And usually, if you're on the red side, you can see it's because they pick first. So Fluxu are opting to try and get a big power pick for themselves here, seeing that maybe changing up their draft might allow them to do something a little bit.
Whipping up the little predictions for our viewers here.
Gamba gets all angry if we don't give them predictions.
Exactly, guys. The Gamba is open now. If there's anything that I've learned, there's nothing more important to the average Twitch chatter than gambling. And gamble we will. With Twitch points, most importantly. With Twitch points.
It's not real money.
Points. Yeah, we're gambling in Minecraft, guys. I mean League of Legends. But with Twitch points. It doesn't matter. Hold on. We need to catch up to the draft before I get too silly. Bye. Lucian, Melio on one side. Jinzhao, Ezreal, and Nautilus on the other. I do not understand the bot lane drafting philosophy of Los Grandes. Maybe it's because I spend a lot of time watching LPL nowadays on top of watching CBLOL, but I feel like we are just living on totally different planets between these two regions.
Yeah, so the Los Grandes strategy seems to be, what's Enchanter meta? We've never heard of these guys. They want a big frontliner. They want them to get big knockups and make big plays. And I think a lot of that comes down to that's just Ackerman's wheelhouse. Ackerman is a very strong support. You have seen him, game in and game out, provide value to the team. I'm sure he can play an Enchanter with the best of them. But you know what his big strength is? It's to go in, get a bunch of knockups, cause a bunch of problems. We saw it last game as Alistar, and it's kind of a similar philosophy, two very different champions this game, but a similar philosophy, I would say, in that you have a very safe, playable laner that's going to be able to kind of just sit there and be a carry at most stages of the game, and a big, beefy, engaging support that doesn't necessarily have to be in the lane to get value.
In terms of people who stood out to me stylistically, one of the other things that I'm really locked in on this game is the Vi first pick for Fluxu. Peach looked like he was completely lost on Pantheon post 3 minutes into the game. Nothing happened that Pantheon uniquely could do, was in charge of, it wasn't making plays. This was a terrible Pantheon performance. Vi has to be the turnaround to that. And what sucks is that Feisty has just denied them the opportunity to play Vi Ahri.
Yeah, so they won't have the very famous Vi Ahri combo in the mid lane. How easily those set up for each other, getting your ultimate into a charm, into the just myriad beat down. It's not only is it been set up with but it's also burst. We're picking Zoe again. She's
Okay.
0-7, guys.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Okay.
It's over.
It's the last day of the regular season for Zoe to get wins. And this better be it. It's the Hail Mary play from Fluxu. And Los can pick whatever they want, to be honest. This is...
Pick the Rek'Sai. That'd be
Yeah,
so
you-
good, actually.
You just want something fun for Zest, something that he won't die on and that he can realistically enjoy. And hey, I hear we're bringing back AD Kennen in the patches. So Zest
No,
picking up Kennen, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, it's technically a flexible pick. Now, AD Kennen did get buffed a little bit. I doubt that's what we're going to see it for because I'm looking at Los Grandes' composition, and I see a lot of different options, a lot of different dive buddies. You could get Shin, Zhao, and you can get Nautilus going forward. You can get Ari going forward. You can get Kennen going forward. If you're really crazy with it, Ezreal can dash forward if he wants. They have all of these options because they said at work last game, we're just going to throw our faces at you, and we don't think you can keep up with the heat. You're either getting 2-0'd or you're either 2-0'ing or getting 0-2'd, and we think we know which result we have. On the other side, it's going to have to be a much more tactfully played game for Fluxu. A lot of different positioning. They don't have a big beast frontliner. There is no Nautilus, and Renekton is only really that option for them when he has Dominus up. So we're going to see how Fluxu can respond.
Tell you guys, the Zoe is not helping right now. The Zoe is
Not my
it is-
favorite pick.
Lucian Melio, I will say, pretty good. Pretty good. Renekton, like, I think that if we're spiking at level 6 and just sending it, Fluxu can win this game. Fluxu can win this game with about a 10-minute window from when we hit 10, 12 minutes into the game till when we hit about 20, 25. Fluxu are either winning the game then, or it's all over because
Super cooked.
that's how their comp go.
We'll see the Lucian Milio bot lane. To me, it's interesting because I believe we saw the Ezreal before the Nautilus, if I'm remembering the draft correctly, which means that we know that it's an Ezreal, and so we picked this aggressive lane into a champion that's really easy just to run away as.
Wait.
I feel like
What do you What do you mean? Because Ezreal's laning with Nautilus.
yeah.
It's
So they saw Ezreal, right?
who's they?
then they
Fluxu saw Ezreal.
Yes,
Okay.
Fluxu saw Ezreal.
Whew.
Then they picked Lucian Milio to get this aggressive, like win the lane style duo. But Ezreal is just gonna neutralize that by just not engaging with you. He's just gonna arcane shift away and shoot a Q and like call it a day. He doesn't. I don't think he cares that much about how aggressive you are, and you don't have any CC to force him to care.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that Fluxu, like, they're not going to pop off, in theory, compositionally, before 3 minutes. They need to do it around objectives. Like, this is exactly what you were talking about early on, as Cody is taking Feisty to class right now. That guy is not having a good time at all. Hook in on the bot lane as well, as Los Grandes do hit their level 2 spikes before Fluxu. And finally, Feisty takes level 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, and so I get that Fluxu has a very strong like mid-game team fight composition where they can get a lot of damage down very fast, and they'll be able to fight these closed spaces around these objectives. But I fear that they're going to lose in a lot of other facets of the game. As you can see, Lucian Milio traditionally a lane that is designed to win the lane, and it's not going to. And with the Xin Zhao providing a lot of early pressure, and look, I mean, just look at Zest in the top lane bullying Curdy. I am concerned that yes, they have that 10 to 12 minute window where they're like way stronger and can win the game right then, but they might be too weak by the time that window starts.
Curse really wants this fight. I mean, he knows that his top laners got pushed right now, but Smite will go the way of Peach, who now has his top laner teleporting right back in. Curdy doesn't want to take too much time away from the wave, but Cody, on the other hand, he's got all the time in the world looking for Curse right now. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to connect. And it's sleepy time for the boy. Curse steps a bit too far forward, methinks, and gets first blood. It's like he thinks he's still in game number 1.
He thinks he's still Trundle.
Mm-hmm.
A bit, I would say a bit, but that would be disingenuous. A massive overstep from Curse there in the jungle, and that does give Cody that first kill, and something you oh so need as the Zoe is that you are a big snowball. All right.
Emotes in Pro Player, I think one of my favorite things of all time.
No, I didn't talk about it yesterday, but I forget who it was with the Zach thumbs up emote. I was trying so hard to keep my composure. That was frying me. Every play that happened, he would just hit the Zach with the big thumbs up.
It's too good. It's too good. Like I always use the Yumi bread emote because there's one where she's stuck in toast, and to be honest, I'm just a big cat person, so it's tough to use any other emote. This conversation's gotten away from me though. We don't know. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what Dia's running for his emotes. However, what does matter is that a decent amount of jungling, right, rather counter jungling, did get done by Fluxu, and we're just about a minute out from the dragon. So one of the things that Los Grandes did last time was really deny setup around that for Fluxu. That does not appear to be the case because Cody's actually got control of mid lane as opposed to in game 1.
Yeah, Cody getting control of mid lane is going to be really crucial here. You can see they have the control ward on that river entrance. We'll look to see they took the scuttle crab. It means they can kind of advance those vision positions from defensive in their own jungle. You might look to see the support or the mid laner looking to find offensive positions for those wards, push them deeper into the enemy jungle, try and get spotted where those big Los Grandes engages are going to be coming from to play around it. First dragon is up. Either jungler in the position to make the move quite yet.
Curse has pulled this move before. Last time Cody just ghosted away from him. And this time, not going to get too much done either. Cody is really playing on the edges of what his champion makes possible with a barrier pop this time around. He is wasting a lot, and I really mean a lot of Curse's time.
Yeah, Curse stuck around there, and you saw that the charm came out. I'm not sure if he just wasn't in range or could not just connect. Wind becomes lightning. It means no further engage in there for Curse. And now it is Feisty backing up, going to go ahead and recall. Does not have the teleport, meaning he's going to shove this wave into the tower. A really good position for Fluxu right now in terms of their waves, in terms of their map control. They can get their bot lane out onto the rift, out away from their tower. They're going to be in a really strong position to fight for this dragon.
Working on that right now on the bot lane of Fluxu, trying to push this wave out. However, Bao has relatively low mana, and honestly, there are worse situations where Fluxu could be starting up the dragon, but there are certainly better ones as well. A big boon to them is the fact that they just saw Feisty roam out towards the top side of this river, so they know that Los are not in the area. Curse, all the way up top side right now, is making sure that Zest has the time of his life of 20 CS in the matchup against Kearney, as around 7 minutes into the game, first dragon has been picked up. We've got first ults dropped in the top lane, where Zest is no longer having so good of a time, finally finds a stun, and Curse shows up to make sure that he's safe. He goes fishing for a kill on Curdy, as this will not connect, unfortunately enough.
What will connect is Peach onto Feisty. We get a kill here in the mid lane. Vi, Ahri, not on the same team, but still coming to a connection. The connection of Vi's fist to Ahri's face. A kill for Peach. That will put Fluxu a little bit further ahead. And this is what they needed after last game. Get ahead early. Get those moments to mental reset. I was worried that they might fall behind, and you can see, look at the top lane, look at the bot lane. There are moments where they are, but they're finding their advantages the way they need to.
Oh, just Vi moments, and the sleep afterwards as well gives Cody so much time to walk up to this play. A nice flash forward from Peach, and it is exactly as we had previewed in the pregame. We hit 6 minutes, and from now, Fluxu have got about, I'm going to say 10 to 12 minutes to accelerate this game as much as possible. You want to be hitting a 5,000 gold lead by the time we are moving into 20-minute or just immediately post 20-minute territory, because this is where the composition is strongest, and Fluxu want to close this out. They are going to continue a strong early game by picking up the Void Grubs, and this time will not stop at just one. We have the information that Curse is bot lane, and Fluxu, even without that hard confirmed, are going to continue taking every Void Grub that is both dragons and both dragon and all 3 grubs going to Fluxu. They have not given up a kill. It's very different Fluxu than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, we were wondering if Fluxu would be able to rebound mentally, and from all signs, it looks like they are. The look here now is Fluxu need to find some small advantages to push forward, get their lanes set up. It's still 2.5 minutes until the next dragon. A really good true shot barrage. This could affect Curdy here.
Definitely it's a lot of damage off this, but does still get the wave pushed in. Zest is going to be unable to freeze this amount of minions. However, does Curdy step a little too far forward to make sure that this connects? It looks like he has, as Curse shows up, and with the sweeper, spots out the big croc. Ackerman really wants to save this, but as it is, Zest will be the only one to pick up a kill, as Curdy at least has the decency to commit for the play. As it is, Fluxu make one of their own down bot lane, and Dudu in trouble right now. There is still a cease and desist here for Peach, and Dudu is going to flash Arcane Shift and Barrier before ultimately Peach's fist connects with his face, taking him out, and Ackerman equalizing the play.
Yeah, it looked like a really good play. They're able to force Dudu out because they saw Ackerman in the top side. They said, okay, we got a 3 versus 1 on this dive, and there's no Nautilus here, but they dive a little too far, and I'm not sure if the trade of the jungler for the AD carry was worth it in that instance. Now, the kill does go over to Ackerman, so really no harm, no foul on that regard, but I think shoving Dudu out of the wave would have had the same effect in terms of their map state without them having to give over a kill.
You know what? I think you're right. I think you're right. I don't
so
love
low.
it,
He
but
had
like,
the back.
if right here, instead of ulting, they just turn around and walk away. I think you're right. It is basically the same amount of... It's actually probably worse for Los Grandes. But Fluxu
You
are
see that a
committing.
lot. People over committing for the kill, but sometimes getting someone to 90% of their health bar and forcing them to back, that's just as good as getting a kill. Sometimes even better, because the back timer might genuinely be longer than the death timer.
Each spotted on vision, but Bao and Momochi are not actually spotted yet. We haven't gotten missing pings in the bot lane as of this moment. And Zest has ult up. It's going to be really difficult to kill this cannon, but Bao's going to go for it anyway. Starting things off with the culling as Peach, not quite in position to follow up on Zest, will peel away from the play. This opens things up for Los Grandes, who now see everyone up top side and have absolutely nothing to worry about in the bot lane, where they've already got Curse set up.
Yeah, and actually, look at where Curse is sitting. They might be looking to find Curdy as he comes into lane, but no, not going to aggress onto the Croc. This is Renekton's strongest point in the game, is this like middle 10 where he is able to find so much value, and with Dominus up, he is nigh unkillable. Cody trying to find more value in the mid lane. Things have cooled off a little bit for the mid lane mages. They have not been as involved as of late. That might change because the dragon is back up, and we can see pings coming across the map as the teams are going to set up their vision and try and move to this next objective.
This is a small but notable thing that's happened in both games. Zest's role quest is completed by the time that we all switch lanes. Curdy's is not. And in terms of the monster Gnar that we saw last game out of Zest, this looks like a continuation of that exact same trend. Zest is getting the better of his lane opponent with the matchup. This time, arguably a much more favored one. Does need to convert that.
Yeah, it really is going to be a lot of pressure actually on Zest to not only convert that lead into value, but to kind of convert that lead into value for his teammates, because unlike the rest of the last game, the rest of the map isn't winning for Los Grandes. It really is, for the most part, just Zest. And because of that, Los Grandes have a lot of work to do. Now you can see the gold totals there due to actually having quite a lot. That might change pretty soon.
Peach in trouble as he's unable to get out with the Vault Breaker. Flash forward from Curse to secure this kill, but Peach gets so much healing off of Momochi's ultimate that he is still alive, finally gonna go down, as Fluxu will lose their jungler and almost lose Bao as well, but Cody goes in to correct their mistakes, rocketing forward onto Ackerman and looking for a second kill. Feisty and Curse have picked up on this though, and a flash over the wall, a charm from Feisty, and a slice from Curse will take him out. Cody overextends and Fluxu lose 2 for the 1.
2 for 1, and they're getting, kind of mogged in terms of the map pressure, man. Zest is just up here free firing into this top tower, 30 CS up in his lane, calm and unbothered. The cannon is having no problems continuing to try and just pressure down this top lane. As we can see how the fight starts here, it is Peach getting picked, and you expect he's going to go down, but so much healing from Momochi between the Cozy Campfire and the Breath of Life is able to keep Peach up for quite a long time. And it looked good here because finally Bao is able to come in and start getting some damage down. But off of that charm, you can see how much damage the Ezreal is able to get onto Bao. And so Bao is unable to continue with this fight. If Bao doesn't get so low, if he doesn't get charmed out of his ultimate, it might be a different story for Fluxu. But because of just some good, defensive plays there from Los Grandes, they're able to find a winning trade.
As we go back to live, we're 15 minutes into the game, we talked about Fluxu needing to extend their gold lead that they had at 6 minutes into a 5k-ish gold lead by 20. Now, we're not at 20 minutes just yet, and there is a 2-dragon lead for Fluxu, but their gold lead has evaporated. In fact, it's evaporated and sort of osmosis its way onto the other side, where Los now hold a gold lead of their own. Most of this lead is in Zest, but Los, regardless, have managed to keep this game not just even, but ahead for themselves against a composition that is heavily mid-game spiking.
Yeah, Los Grandes doing their jobs there in terms of just trying to get towers as much as possible. In terms of, taking towers, they are one of the better teams in the game, or in the league, rather. The only teams in the CBLOL that are better at just knocking down towers game by game than Los Grandes are Furia and Red Canids, which I think are like the macro winning teams at the moment. So not really an indictment to be much worse than them. Los Grandes just doing what they need to do, finding gold leads. Obviously, the kills are even, and the objectives are not necessarily going their way, but they've taken so many plates across the map. They pick up a Rift Herald, and that's going to be even more tower pressure, even more plates, even more gold for Los Grandes to pick up and get a little harder here for Fluxu.
Ackerman finds himself Peach. It is on the way, and Peach has got to get out, as Ultimate actually did get channeled, and Zest is going to use his as well. Another pick on the jungler, and Los have taken their game plan from game 1 and applied it with prejudice to game 2. Kill Peach and get out.
Yeah, Dragon's up in a minute. Now they have free reign to get all the setup, which is right when I think is like an ideal timer. As someone who plays, a lot of support, a lot of like looking at the map and setting up for these objectives, trying to be there proactive. Having the map control with 1 minute before the drag is so strong. You have just enough time to get in, place all your wards. You know they're going to last until a little bit after the dragon starts. You can then go ahead and back as well and come right back to the dragon, and perfectly safely too, because you have the vision control.
While Fluxu's setup around this Drake is technically there, Los Grandes may feel a little more comfortable taking this engagement, especially once ultimates come up. I'll note mid-pressure is heavily going Fluxu's way as they commit a lot of resources there, even bringing Cody into the mix, something that is not matched by Los Grandes, who have Feisty elsewhere on the map. Just now, coming over to the Dragon. 15 seconds left on this spawn. Fluxu are positioning as if to try and rush the Dragon down, or to bait a fight.
But Fluxu can't commit everyone to the dragon, because if they do, Los Grandes know they don't even need to bother fighting the dragon. They'll probably give up the soul point in order to take that mid lane turret. And so, Fluxu not yet actually fully committed to the dragon. Peach actually on an insane flank right now.
If he finds somebody like, well, I was going to say Dudu, but I guess Ackerman will do. That's a half-health Nautilus, and as the dragon spawns, perhaps that's enough. I'll draw everyone's attention to the fact that Zest is on the sidelines as well, but Bao is the one being focused underneath the tower. 300, 400 HP left on this Lucian as Curdy engages into the backline. Dominus popped and everything will take Curse out of the game as Peach helps escort him from the rift as well. It is 2. Make it almost 3 kills going over to Fluxu as Dudu pulls one of the moves of all time, getting out with the Blast Cone, only to have Cody pop over him on the fairest of champions and take him out.
You know, okay. We were looking in the draft, and during the second round of bans, Los Grandes banned 2 AP assassins. They got rid of the Akali, and they got rid of the LeBlanc. But I'm really not sure that they did, because Cody must have had a Kali shout. He was just standing there in Los Grandes' backline, just free firing. Look at him on the flank here. Are we sure he's not an AP assassin? Are we sure he isn't playing the Akali here? Because he's just standing there, kind of unbothered, firing into the backline, disrupting, splitting the fight up, and letting the rest of Fluxu play it out front to back. Really well played, and kind of an insane play here. I think Dudu would have been better off running away. Perhaps he did not clock that Cody had the flash stored in his W to chase after him.
I don't know, honestly. That one seemed a bit confusing because I was actually hyping up Los Grandes to probably have a good team fight, but I suppose it's a big oversight for me. We are still in Fluxu power spike territory. We are still where their composition is strong, and we get to make good use of that. I will note that the gold lead, for all that it is very small and almost negligible, has not technically gone all the way away, and Los Grandes still holding on to a slice of that are going to be all the more comfortable for it as their composition, as a reminder, will scale much better. Dudu especially is going to become untouchable on Ezreal, and I really mean that literally.
Yeah, it's very difficult when Ezreal gets to the late game, and you know the Essence Flux plus the Mystic Shot, as he the True Shot Barrage. He has all sorts of really ostentatiously named abilities, and you know what? Fair play to him, because early game he seems like he's talking a lot of bluster. You know, the I never miss. It was a warning shot. It's a near hit. But late game, all you got to do is connect once or twice, and you are losing so much health. It is very difficult to deal with. And all that bluster from Ezreal starts to become a real, genuine talk, because, man, that champion is just really, really strong once he's got all of the items online. And you'll see Ezreal is doing something only possible in the big 2026. He's got 2 separate tier items. He already has the Muramana and is stacking up another one.
I've really been enjoying double tier items this split. My teammates haven't, but I have been having a very, very good time. Double tier, incredibly
If you're looking
strong.
to scale, and Los Grandes is looking to scale.
Exactly. They don't need to be winning now. Although I will say they do need to be winning in about 3 minutes, because giving over Hextech Soul is a bit... I think that's a bit too much. That's a step too far.
A bridge too far, yeah.
Yeah. At the moment, if they take the mid lane tower, contesting for this last dragon that would complete Soul for Fluxu becomes, I'd say, almost laughable for Los Grandes. They should be able to do it really easily if they get access to mid tower, and Fluxu have to be aware of that. So I would see Curdy and Peach going on another one of these Omega flanks and trying to pick up the Raptors, but Los Grandes, they collapse all over that, not giving over a single camp, a single advantage to Fluxu without testing them first.
And Peach says, okay, fine. You can have the Raptors, but did you consider the Krugs?
Mm-hmm.
And now they're getting their push in the mid lane. I don't think they have the damage to take out this tower, but they're diving.
Dudu held in place and shut down with the culling and the cease and desist both used. That is 1 minute, well, 1 minute and a half until the dragon comes up, and Fluxu have managed to take out one of the most important pieces. Please note, however, that Dudu did not have flash up for that play and will have it by the time the dragon is up. Or Fluxu might not even have a full roster as they commit for another tower dive and get stunned up by Zest. Los slowly turning this as Cody does get aggressive with Curse underneath the tower. On the opposite end of this lane, Cody is dipping, diving, and dancing around Los Grandes, and he's being such a nuisance on this Zoe.
Yeah, but Bao has to back there. They cannot continue, or Bao would rather not have to back, but it was Peach, I believe, had to leave during that fight. They weren't able to continue that dive, but Cody just providing enough harassment to allow his laner there to pick up the tower. And you talked about taking out that mid lane tower, giving you easier access to this next dragon. It's up in 50 seconds. That matters a little bit less if Fluxu then also have a tower down. So now you can see they are a lot less concerned about the defense of that mid lane tower, instead shifting their attention to this bot lane, getting ready for this dragon.
Fastest Renekton. I was going to say fastest Renekton NA out of habit, but it occurs to me that that wouldn't even be relevant.
This is in South America.
Yeah. That's not how this one works. Cody, however, always looking for an entrance in. Is Fluxu's one easy way to secure themselves a soul? If Cody gets a lot of damage, or especially a pick onto one unlucky member of Los Grandes, all of a sudden, Fluxu have access to the Dragon Soul and likely a winning game state. Curdy's got a big flank. Peach, I wouldn't call this a flank, but has got an active position. It is Los Grandes, however, that have first move in the river and control over it for now. Check out Zest's positioning as well. With a full ultimate up, Los Grandes, they want a fight. They can't actually just afford to start this dragon up. So Curse is going to get aggressive onto Curdy, pops the Crescent Guard, and it will not help him. However, it is a trade 1-for-1 as Fluxu's jungler will fall. Feisty focuses in on Bao, but with both junglers down, Los Grandes still cannot afford to leash this Drake.
Yeah, they're not going to try and fight for the Drake. They do have the health advantage, so they tried to stay in position, but Bao, with all of the healing from his support, is going to be more than happy to just come in, clear out what is left of the, of the scuttler, take out this wave in the mid lane, set back up, and hopefully then get Peach back onto the map and go for this dragon. Give it a second try. Something I talked about is that Fluxu doesn't have, in the bot lane, they didn't have the ability to lock down that Ezreal. Well, now that we're all team fighting all the time, we have, plenty of CC. Fluxu doesn't have any front line, but it doesn't matter if they can burst you down fast enough. And as you can see, that was their strategy there. They tried to go after Curse. It cost them their own jungler. Let's see if, where essentially everyone's back where they were. We're trying a second time. Will it be more successful for Fluxu this
Now, we
go?
are still waiting on ult. Zest doesn't have, in fact, nobody has theirs, except for Emilio.
I believe the Spirit Rush has just come off cooldown.
Momochi does have crazy healing available to him, though, so I almost want to wait for the depth charge for Ackerman, try and find a pick off of that. But Fluxu, they know their timing is now, not going to wait at all, try and 50-50 this dragon. Remember, it is Hextech Soul on the line. If Fluxu pick this up, it is a big win, and they will not. Curse smites that away, and Fluxu will look for the fight afterwards, but it's Ackerman that looks for Curdy first. Out comes the Emilio ultimate, keeping Fluxu alive, and Los Grandes committing further and further, sinking more and more cost into a fight that is already lost. It is 3 down for Los Grandes, the 2 that Fluxu lose, but most importantly, Bren, Los Grandes walk away with the dragon, denying soul to Fluxu for the next 5 minutes.
They do at least deny the soul, but you would have liked to see them peel away there once they get it. They commit to the fight here afterwards, and it looks pretty good, but as you can see, they are just slowly getting chipped down. And once you see, Zest come in, you're thinking, they got a huge amount of stuns here, but a really good ultimate from Emilio keeps everybody alive. They have that revive, and now they're finding just another pick. Ackerman kind of caught in the trenches, kind of caught in no man's land there.
It's a red flag when we cut back to live on CBLOL. Somebody's out of position. Somebody's dying. And so as soon as we got back, I saw Nautilus dead center my screen. I went, all right, goodbye, Ackerman. Try again in a couple minutes.
Something to note is that while Emilio didn't necessarily unstun everyone from that, from the slicing maelstrom, his ultimate still does provide 65% tenacity for the next 3 seconds. So anyone that got stunned shortly after his ult, also essentially the stun is short enough that it was effectively nullified as well. So now Fluxu on the Baron.
Ooh, that was a nice
Could be a
charm
big
by
one.
Feisty. Actually forces the culling out of Bao, but it is once again Curse caught on the front lines. Barely has time to pop the Crescent Guard, and he will do so, at least allowing his team time to trade 1-for-1. But as Zest tries to get aggressive, it is Baron Nashor who punishes him, and very quickly, Peach is there to follow up. Cody has collected a triple kill with the last hit so far, and once again, we are live. Nautilus is dead center of our screens. Try again in a few minutes, Ackerman, because it is an ace for Fluxu.
An ace for Fluxu in what looked like it might go bad for them. Yes, they traded Curdy for Curse, which seems like a good trade, but watch as this play develops. They get pretty low here. Dudu is free firing for the first start of this. You can see how much damage this Ezreal is already starting to do with those WQs. As Essence Flux into the Mystic Shot does a lot of bonus damage. You can see he's getting good damage. Look how low Bao falls here, but they're just able to turn around. The barrier saves him, and the amount of damage from Cody is just ridiculous. Ezreal thought he was getting good burst damage in, but Cody is the guy right now, and it could be it takes his piloting to get Zoe her first win on the Rift in CBLOL.
What is that thing that I'm thinking of? What is in my head right now? There is a Brazilian way to pay. Pix. Pix is the way you pay for things in Brazil. That is like their Venmo, except for it was a earlier and much better version of Venmo. But what matters here is that I was thinking that Fluxu would have to Pix the Baron later on, because that turned around the entire play, was being able to knock up Zest as he walked up to Fluxu to finish kills. Peach got a whole lot done in that fight, and now Fluxu can do a whole lot more. We talked about them wanting to extend to up to a 5,000 gold lead around 25 minutes. It's 29 minutes. It's pretty late. But it's also a 7k gold lead, so they've certainly done something right. Fluxu have the chance to extend this series right now. If they win this game, they keep themselves in the conversation for being a top 2 seed coming out of the regular season, or having a bye moving into the playoffs. This is exactly the opportunity to do it. They cannot afford to throw it away on this.
No, they get Feisty down to half health there, you see, but a lot of different ultimates being traded. The first kill comes out, and it is Xinjiao who will fall. Fluxu, are they going to look for more? Momochi's already pretty low.
With no
I think they're going to
jungler,
back out.
no Baron, one hook, which doesn't mean too much. Does seem like Los will just be attempting to lose the minimum. Dudu does get to step up a little further than anyone else, given his safety on Ezreal. And as it is, 2 inhibitors is a pretty hefty toll to pay. It is not the end of the game, but a nearly 10,000 gold lead manifested by Fluxu in the last few minutes. This Baron power play has been massive for them. 4,000 of their lead coming from that. And the gold graph really does tell the whole story here. Fluxu, with the Hex Tech Dragon spawning, have this as their sole point. And a Hex Tech Soul on top of a 10,000 gold lead, you've got to imagine is sealing some kind of deal.
Yeah, I mean, the gold value is hard to define for things that aren't necessarily stats based, but usually Dragon Souls are considered to give anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 gold worth of value, and that means this gold lead is much, much larger than it may look, and that's not even considering just the base stats that each dragon gives, the extra attack speed, the extra ability haste, the extra damage. It's going to be very, very tough for Los Grandes to find angles back in. Look at the calling go through on a curse.
The calling takes Curse to 1 HP. It is a 4v5 for Los Grandes before it even truly begins. Zest stuck underneath the tower will trade back a kill as Cody has fallen, but Bao, still alive, gets to use Peach as the front line to step up and tango with Dudu, deleting him in the fountain with one last Nexus tower standing. And now the Nexus well and truly exposed. Fluxu will take game 2, will send us to a third in this series, and most importantly, will keep themselves with hope of a playoffs run.
And it didn't take the path we thought it would take to get there, but the outcome was, in essence, still somewhat the same. Because we said if Fluxu want to win this, they need to stack up a massive lead and then just become unassailable. And while we took some detours, we took the scenic route to find that lead, it did ultimately come down to Flukes who just have a really big lead and they're kind of unassailable.
Yeah, that was one of the ways of all time to end the game. I will say, like, it didn't seem crazy at the moment, but I think Fluxu had so many opportunities in the early game to make things work that they fumbled and fumbled and fumbled, and then eventually, around the mid game, something started going right, and I suppose that's all that matters. They converted off the Baron play. I mean, this is a team that has done really well with their objective control so far. We got to see what that looked like in this game. And I think, Bren, if we can bring this back to something we can look forward to for game 3, a lot of this came off of Cody's mid priority.
Yeah, Cody had a lot of mid priority. The first win on Zoe for this split in the CBLOL. Zoe's come now 1-7. And it just came down to Cody piloted the champ really well. I think that's something that Fluxu relies on, is that he can kind of just generally hand check a lot of opponents, and constantly having that shove, constantly having that control meant that it was difficult for Los Grandes to respond to these neutral plays, even when they were in solid positions of power. I think a lot of the early struggles, or a lot of the struggles that like Fluxu had, come down to them not executing rather than Los Grandes putting them in, bad positions forcefully. So it's a little bit different from the first game. And I think that's why Fluxu were eventually able to turn it around.
And honestly, they had me sweating. This did not look like an easy game. This does not look like an easy series for Fluxu. Lord knows what game 3 will bring. But
Game 3 is going to be insane.
We are going to a game 3. Now, I will say none of you in the chat predicted that Fluxu would win. So the house, that's me, will be collecting the channel points. Thank you very much. We are going to take a quick break before we go into our third game and find out whether Fluxu are keeping that hope of second off the regular season alive, or whether they have brought us to a game 3 for nothing. We'll find out in just a few minutes. Bada boom. And we're back. We are so back for what? We don't know. I'm going to be drinking some water throughout this pregame because I've got something stuck in my throat and I don't want to choke partway through this game, unlike some people.
Unlike certain teams, listen, we don't know what we're back for, and that's because the first game we were like, okay, here's the setup, guys. Fluxu really loves neutral objectives, and then they took 0 of them. And then the second game, we were like, well, we don't know. Maybe Los Grandes is just awesome, and then they weren't. And Fluxu needs to win in 20 minutes, and they didn't. And so I'm not sure that we can predict these two teams. Call me crazy, Dia. I feel like the two of us know a decent amount about League of Legends. We just might not know. Maybe we don't know a decent amount about the Fluxu way.
I think that the one thing that CBLOL has always kept true is its unpredictability. So I think part of the joy is in trying to keep up with the curveballs these teams throw at us, and that starts in the draft as we've got an Aatrox first lock-in with a Corki Nami answer. This thing, for all intents and purposes, going pretty quickly, although I will say, given the way that the games have gone so far, I'm surprised we're locking in Aatrox I'm really surprised we're locking in Aatrox first. And if we lock in Jhin, I think we just slam a Scion and call this one a day.
Yeah, bro, don't do it. Oh, okay, thank goodness. Okay, so we will have the Yunara Lulu to go against the Corki Nami, and it's definitely, I think, generally a stronger position for the Corki Nami, but Yunara generally, despite some nerfs to her laning phase, not necessarily a slouch, especially post 6, being able to, just ult and choose to dash in or out if we need to. The move speed when the ult isn't up, also fairly helpful. And so this lane at least gives them the option to destroy some tanks later on. Opposite that, the third pick for Los Grandes going to be in the jungle, the Nocturne. And we have seen a lot of Nocturnes without their Orianna counterparts be kind of thrown around, at least in the last few weeks. And I think Los Grandes might stick to getting rid of those dangerous picks there for Cody. As you see the Akali already banned out, I would imagine that the LeBlanc is soon to follow.
Nice thing about an Aatrox first lock-in for Fluxu is that it keeps things pretty open. Curdy plays it, so does Peach. Both pretty comfortable on it throughout the course of this split. So because of that, we're seeing a few more mid bans than you might otherwise have seen, with Akali being the focus for right now. I think the Aurora removal is interesting from Fluxu, especially because they, I think, are trying to secure a top lane matchup for this Aatrox, and it is their ban strategy that lets that happen, taking away the counters to Aatrox that Zest would use, things like Vayne and Aurora. These are not mid lane targeted bans. They are for the top lane because they want to put this Aatrox top pretty clearly.
Yeah, I think they do want to put this Aatrox top. I mean, the option is open to switch it away, but it's going to be dangerous. Aatrox, kind of has to be in that position to carry, and I feel like Zest has had the better of Curdy in both games, even in the second game where Los Grandes lost. It was not really on the back of Zest. If we do see this Ambessa, it does technically keep that top jungle flex open. Ambessa receiving some slight nerfs in this most recent patch. They did nerf the cast time on her R. It's about a quarter second longer, if I recall correctly, and that means that it's not as much of a snap engage. It's a little more predictable, and any champ with some serious mobility or a flash on hand can try and get out of the way.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty heads-up change, to be honest. Like, I appreciate that they didn't technically take any power out of Ambessa's kit, but they made it harder to execute. And that sort of nerf I am absolutely behind, as Azir will be the final lock-in, giving Cody hopefully lane pressure again. But against a Victor, it is a little touch and go. Azir can win the matchup and get wave pressure, but by the same token, you do see Victor eventually just be able to clean sweep waves. It is around first couple of dragons where Fluxu will have the best times in terms of Cody being able to shove out the wave. In the top lane, we are locking in a Camille as the counter to what? I don't know if Los even know right now. It is looking like an Ambessa for the moment, but as this timer ticks down, we'll see if there are any last-minute changes for Fluxo.
Yeah, interesting. They do lock in the Camille, a very a very strong pick on its day, but hasn't been seeing a lot of play this season in particular. And when it's been showing up, I don't think it's been doing all that well. So it's going to be up to Zest to pilot this pretty specifically. And it could be fairly tough. I'm not exactly sure if they'll have the resources that you might need to put to get that Camille in a position to kind of dominate. Because if you're up against Curdy on that Ambessa, you're going to struggle to lock him down without the ultimate on hand. Interested to see how that top lane matchup will go, because even if the champions don't necessarily stack up in Los Grandes' favor, like we said, it is Zest that has had the better of that matchup so far.
As you had mentioned, I mean, I haven't seen Camille really played at a very high level in a while. I'd love to know, because our chat was talking about it. I think was it Lunar? Yeah, Lunar was talking about the fact that Camille actually forces the Aatrox to go jungle. I'd love to actually hear a little bit more about that. I know that we're just, from the broadcast talking to chat and things like that, but seriously, I mean, like any info on this matchup and how it's supposed to go, actually really helpful, especially when it comes to how Camille will function in the composition. That's something that I think everyone is a little bit more familiar with. And as a composition, something that I am expecting Los Grandes to be very familiar with. Camille and Nocturne both basically press their buttons to make somebody's life miserable. They do need to be pretty proactive when it comes to that.
Yeah, so the Camille, as it works in this top lane matchup, I would say that Aatrox has a pretty bad time into the Camille. He generally can't just out-sustain her big chunks of damage off of the Q, and she is more mobile than he is with the hook shot up. He only has his one short dash, but at a pretty high level, if you start to look into the higher levels, at least at solo queue, Ambessa fares almost even worse into Camille in the top side than the Aatrox does. So it's going to be, a tough matchup either way. The Ambessa obviously is more mobile, has a little bit more options. Like I said, just have to press that button to make that life miserable. And with the ability for Curse to come in from a long distance while you're locked down, I wouldn't be surprised to see if they try and put a lot of that, pressure on the top side. But again, you're spending those resources, and the rest of the map could, become pretty perilous should you do so, because Bao and Momochi are set up to have this really strong hyper carry enchanter combo that's going to push them, through and give them a lot of power in the mid to late.
Well, Feisty's early push is actually going pretty well for him. I am focused on what goes on towards the bot side of the map. Bao actually looked really good, really confident on Lucian in game 2. And as much as I brought this game, or second game, down to how Cody was doing in the mid lane, and that is important, Bao's confidence and damage in the late game equally, if not more so. So this Yunara Lulu lane, I'd love to see get off to a good start, especially because the bot lanes have been so back and forth in the first 2 games of the day, with Dodo having a fantastic game 1 and able to really outplay on the Varus, and of course Bao's game 2 on Lucian really paying off.
Yeah, Bao had a great game 2 on Lucian. Like you said, he saw just some of the damage coming through very late into that game when Bao was able to, free fire a little uncontested, and it became very difficult to deal with. Now, a similar tact may be taken by Fluxu if they can get some free firing on that Yunara. Like you said, they have this early push, but no slouches is the lane that Corki Nami is a powerful combo for a reason. I'm going to be interested kind of to watch the junglers. I feel like as much as the carries, are the defining parts of the series where you're looking at like who's doing the damage and who is setting up the plays, I feel like there's been a lot that's been dictated by how the junglers are performing, right? Early on in that game 2, Peach was not doing very well. Dude is so low. He has to be very careful.
Drawing our eyes towards the mini-map as well, we do have an invade for the side of Curse, who is going for a Raptor steal. But while you've noted Dudu's health bar, Peach has as well. Ackerman is alone underneath this tower, and Peach on the Aatrox is going to get a wave crashing in his lane's favor. It is a matter of tower aggro juggling. Somebody's got to pick it up, and it will be Peach. Lock down Ackerman and give first blood over to Bao. It is a trade, as Ackerman will collect the kill. But Bren, I think that is a very worthwhile one.
Yeah, you put Peach behind on his clear, but that's more than a-okay. Getting Bao accelerated, like you said, how strong Yunara can be once you push into mid to late, the faster you get to that mid to late stage is even better for that Yunara. You want to give them that extra gold, and because of First Blood gold being restored this season, that is a positive gold trade for the side of Fluxu.
Peach spotted as he goes back up top side as well. This is important as Los Grandes having so much data on where Peach is at, with Curdy and Zest fighting in the top lane as well. Zest low, and low on mana, more importantly, is going to have to back away and teleport back to lane to avoid missing out on too much.
Yeah, we're going to see...
No! Oh. Why did he stay? Peach, tower dive number 2.
Here he comes.
And there it is.
And this time I think Peach is just going to walk it out. And, when it comes to this Camille, it must be said, it has only been played, I think, 2 times at the highest levels in the tier 1 leagues, LCS, LEC, LPL, LCK, CBLOL, LCP, right? One of those 2 times was Zest, and he did win, having a decent game against a Cassante that time. But this time, just a kind of a bit of poor decision making and a really good engagement from Cody. It's a lot of tower shots Feisty just took.
We'll be fortunate enough to be able to walk this one out after the tower shots. Peach knows how that is when it goes the wrong way. But having collected his most recent kill in topside, it's worth considering the dragon as well. We've had that spawn for about the last 40 seconds or so. Hextech Drake the first one up for us in this last game of the series. And with both of our top laners having expended their teleports, Curse is much more focused on the CS than the objectives, and Peach seems to be joining him. The problem is, he gets to the Raptors late, and Curse has taken his Raptors for the second time in a row. It is a 20 CS lead in the jungle. Curse is level 6 to Peach's level 5. I mean, Peach has had impact, but Curse has the money to back it up.
And Curse has been power farming, and he's done essentially what all Nocturnes do. It's very hard for a Nocturne to gank you prior to level 6 because he can't really do anything. He just walks at you, and I'm going to fear you if you don't walk in a straight line away from me, and then you walk in a straight line away from him, and he's really sad. But now he's hit that magic number, that level 6, where Nocturne comes online, has the paranoia to back up all that threat. And like you said, plenty of gold to boot. You can see quite a few components in Curse's inventory. That tunneler, that extra attack speed from the dagger could end up mattering for some of these ganks.
You guys been keeping tabs on Curse's positioning? I have. He's been playing like he's got an ult to use, and he does. Paranoia. Off cooldown right now. Momochi and Bao seem to be the targets. We saw him hover up top lane as well, just around the time that Zest pinged 6. As he comes down back bot lane, you'd really love to shut down this Fluxu AD carry support duo that were such a problem for you in the second game of the day, but you can't afford to waste the paranoia, and out it goes. First paranoia will secure at least 1 kill as Momochi goes down, but Bao wants to turn this around with the help of Peach. Knockup is not going to land. Curse actually flashes on top of Bao, who pops the barrier, and it becomes a nightmare, not for Fluxu, but for Los Grandes, as Dudu, 1 auto away from death, will pop a barrier of his own before ultimately falling to Peach. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of Fluxu after Los Grandes pull the trigger.
Yeah, it was a really, really close bout there because with that flash forward, they almost took out Bao, but Peach immediately responds in kind with a flash and a dive on the top side. Ult exchange, and it is Curdy who picks up the solo onto Zest. Maybe Zest has played the Camille before. Maybe it's supposed to be a losing matchup, but Curdy does not care. We're going to get a replay of what happens here on the bot side. You can see how low that Bao is going to fall here. You know, Curse, when they go back in, flashes past the Aatrox, but Aatrox immediately responds with the flash Q3, and that's what gets the knockup, saves Bao's life and the extra damage. And at this point, Dudu just doesn't have anything left to try and do damage. No mana on the side of Ackerman there, nothing to get the heal off, no CC to be offered. And notably, not only was it a 2-for-1, but both kills for Fluxu went into their carries, their Aatrox and their Yunara. And the kill for Los Grandes went into the same place their other kill went into, their support.
Oh god. Oh god. And with the dragon going down too. So you've got a dragon, you've got kills on the carries. Fluxu have brought us to game 3, and it seems to be with plenty of purpose. That second seed in their sights right now. It's about an 800 gold lead. Nothing crazy. Nothing game-ending for sure, but the first couple minutes of this round have really gone Fluxu's way. Unless we're keeping score based on the Raptors, in which case it's all Curse all the time. That is his third Raptor camp that he's stolen away from Peach. And Bao actually gets aggressive. Bao is running it down.
That was an ill-advised. He's moving forward. His Lulu is backing up. Just used the shield. Isn't in range to offer an offensive polymorph. And so because of that, it's kind of odd that Bao took that. Maybe thought that they could blow up Ackerman fast enough, and that Dudu would then be free afterwards. Momochi trying to live. That tower's coming out, and Momochi lives. This bot lane, this is chaos. This bot lane is chaos, Dia.
I'm gonna need to take another drink of water. Unrelated to the gameplay. However, if we are thinking about the gameplay, that's the first time it's gone well for Zest, who in this counter matchup does finally manage to pick up a kill on Cody. Cody flashes away from Feisty in the mid lane, and now I will drink my water.
Uncharacteristic mistake there from Cody in the mid lane. Misses that ultimate. Azir, one of his most played champions throughout his career, second only to Zoe, in fact. And because of that, Cody, you would expect to have the experience to land that Empress Divide, just barely misses it. And man, in that top side, Cody a little too far forward, gets ganked, and that's what we were expecting. Like I said, for Curse to be putting some resources into that top side. If he doesn't, Zest falls behind. He finally shows up, puts some resources in, Zest gets a kill. However, it means he's neglecting the other side of the map, but I mean, maybe he doesn't need to be there. It's gone better for Dudu and Ackerman when Curse hasn't been in the bot lane, technically.
Maybe not the thing that you want to be walking away from today is like the takeaway, but you know what? If
Don't
it works
gank
for the
your
series,
bot lane. That's junglers in the chat ganking bot lanes for nerds. Let them handle it themselves.
Well, we're ganking bot lane. Curse is showing up here. Knockup not going to connect onto Curdy because he dodges it with an ultimate himself that ultimately goes wide. Say that. Never. Don't say ultimate that ultimately goes wide. Curdy, however, still in danger as Curse tanks up the tower, and he is dipping, diving, dancing on this Ambessa, and he does it all the way to surviving the tower dive. 12 minutes into the game. Curdy, he's got his dancing shoes on, and they're only the brown bags.
Yeah, and Curdy is using those dashes, weaving in and out, trying to just heal up every little bit that he can. They had to let the tower aggro reset, and look how low everyone on Los Grandes is. They do eventually pick up the kill, but Curdy certainly made them work for it. And ideally, that means his teammates are finding value elsewhere on the map. You can see
it does.
Both the top lane tower did go down.
And it went down first. They actually, because of what Curdy was able to do, got first tower as Fluxu, which, it might not look great when he does ultimately die, but actually ends up mattering a lot in terms of keeping up in gold, keeping this game even for Fluxu. That may not be where you want the goalpost to be as Fluxu. You'd love it to be extending a gold lead, but that's not the reality. And staying even with a first brick, that's going to have to be enough for now.
The other thing it actually did is it bought Peach time. Peach got to go farm for the first time in a little bit, and he actually caught up in the CS department. He was, mind you, he was down 20 CS fairly early on in the game, and he is now only down 4. So, pretty good for him.
That is pretty good. That feels pretty nice. Bao, slowly scaling up, has completed the Kraken Slayer. A build that ultimately, I believe it was you who were talking about this yesterday. A build that ultimately will, of course, make the Yunara most powerful, but it also makes things a little bit difficult when we approach the mid-game. Difficult, perhaps not as much so as they just were for Curdy. Curse's next Paranoia collects even more value. That's the combination that is going to make a lot of Fluxu members hate their lives.
That is what I was expecting from this top jungle combination, and I'm surprised it took this long for us to see it come out. I was expecting it to come out like super early, essentially as soon as they hit 6, to just start doing that on repeat. And instead, Curse put some of his time into the bot side, and it just didn't come up nearly as successfully. But Zest, now that he's ahead, it's going to be very difficult for Curdy. Curdy, felt like he was doing pretty well. Obviously, we saw him. He's piloting the Ambessa to some level of strength, but is now fairly far behind his lane opponent. But that does mean on the opposite end of the map, what do they get but another dragon for Team Fluxu, the dragonist team in all the land. They have the highest number of dragons killed per game, as well as the highest drag percent in the league at 65% of dragons in a Fluxu game are taken by Fluxu.
Well, the first game may have been an exception, but the second absolutely was not, and this one's shaping up to be yet another Fluxu favored game for the Dragons. Rift Herald as well, going to be started by Fluxu. They didn't get the grubs, but having access to the Rift Herald would let them contest so much more easily for Soul and Soul Point by breaking open mid lane tower.
It's kind of a contested fight. You can see Cody starting to come online with the damage there. Oh.
Curse stole that. He wants to get the eye. Is he going to go for it? He walks up to it, pops the Paranoia, gets the eye, and also kills Peach. Now commits with the Paranoia onto Bao, who thankfully is able to fire back, literally taking him down. It is a 1-for-1, but Fluxu leash for Los Grandes and lose perhaps even more as Curdy commits. And we are, what was the term we used in the chat? Bram? Bram. We are bramming it.
I want to get like a slow motion replay. I was like, man, that Nocturne sure is far away. And I looked up and they killed the Rift Herald? Huh? How? What even happened there? I was looking at it and I don't think my brain registered. Okay, so we will get the replay. Was he able to smite it there? Is that what happened? It must be. And then he walks in the Paranoia, gets the kill on Peach without barely touching him. They at least do get the ultimate with Bao, getting the wild growth in and getting some damage back. But then they continue to commit to this fight. It's just not looking very good. And look at the damage from Feisty there on the Victor, not to be trifled with. And Peach, might be in a little trouble, but it is an Aatrox.
Well, everyone, what I've got to say about this game is I hope you brought your eye bleach, because there are a lot of insane things happening on our screens right now. Tower is going to go down or in the favor of Los Grandes, and it's perfect timing, as now they get to transition that into defending their bot lane tower. We've got 2 minutes left on the Dragon, and if Los Grandes can keep the assault up for long enough, they're going to get not just the Dragon, but with a game like this, they're likely to find a win as well.
Yeah, they're up about 2,000 gold lead here at only 18 minutes. Definitely nothing to sneeze at this, early on when you talk about these compositions, because, they did it in the first game. Fluxu committed to this mega late game scalers. And while it doesn't appear that way because they have had some early success and they do have some early mid game carries, the big bulk of what their core does with the Yunara, the Lulu, and the Azir is that late game team fights, they are just able to just fire hose damage out. Insane DPS numbers, but they have to get there. And with their neutral objective lead, they were making a strong case that they would, but Los Grandes have more than evened out, gotten themselves a gold lead, and are now in a very strong position in terms of the way they're controlling the map. I think that Rift Herald was a really big turning point for this Los Grandes team.
And it will be for Fluxu as well. In the VOD review, remember that this is their shot. If they don't win here, they cannot possibly secure second seed over Furia, and neither can anyone else. This game determines the fate of the league, not just for Fluxu, but for 2 other teams as well. Feisty, going to be clearing things out in the bot lane, has yet to die in this game, has really been a rock for the team up against Cody so far, and has not only neutralized him in game 1, but in this third game as well. Dragon 23 seconds away, and Fluxu again denied setup. It looks like Los Grandes are returning to what made them most successful in game number 1, denying Fluxu the opportunity to walk into the river, the opportunity to prepare these neutral objectives.
Yeah, and they're getting that chip damage in the meantime as well. And just with the fine margins we've seen with sort of the chaos that's been, going around on the Rift, these fine margins matter. But Zest caught out in no man's land, and he's going to be the first to fall. And that means Fluxu are going to have a much easier time. They know that there's no top laner as they go to this dragon, but it's already low.
And taken out. It is 3 ultimates popped for Fluxu, and ultimately Los Grandes trade top laner for Dragon, a trade that I am very in favor of.
Ackerman pops the tidal wave. Not sure he necessarily needed to commit it, but does just want to
Who doesn't need it, right?
Safe there.
Like,
he just did it. He felt like the owner, so he did it.
yeah, I think that if you're gonna pop a tidal wave for safety, there's no better time to do it than after you've just taken the dragon and it's too early for the enemy team to take Baron, right? Like it's fine.
There's no objective up. He's not in a. It's already halfway back up. It's going to be up before the next big fight. Surely,
we're not
these teams wouldn't fight with the tidal wave down.
No. We don't fight off of objective timers. What is this, CBLOL?
As both teams are slowly rotating up here into this top side of the map, Fluxu doing what they do, trying to get this vision pushed forward. They have the scuttle, they have control wards as well. And while they may not be able to take the Baron off rip, controlling this part of the map is going to be key to their game plan moving forward.
Each is getting to invade a little bit as well. I mean, the vision control for Fluxu is not something that I would criticize coming out of this game. I've really liked the way that they are playing around this, even in their losing game. And I'm not talking about this one, I'm talking about the first one, because we don't know how this is going to go yet. Actually, taking a look at the gold graph, sort of contextualizing this well, as Fluxu have started to make a recovery in the last few minutes, despite the free fall they went into around Rift Herald and Dragon. When it comes to neutral game, Fluxu are keeping up and catching up. Los Grandes really benefiting from these fights around objectives and objective timings to accelerate them further into the game.
Yeah, and you can see that most of the gold leads, they're not particularly massive. The only gold lead in any position that's over 1,000 is Zest in the top lane. And I think Fluxu, once they locked in both Ambessa and the Aatrox, both those are losing lanes into the Camille. You kind of just accept once you see that Camille, like, okay, whoever's playing top lane, you're going to have a bad time. Sorry there, Curdy. It's a bad day to be you. Everyone else trying to find their marginal advantages, and maybe this is where Los can find one. They split them up.
We've got a Paranoia, and that is going to be all she wrote for Bao. Feisty joining him in the grave, and we've still got Hextech Ultimatum as well. There are a lot of pick tools for Los. When you're able to start things off with the tidal wave like that, it's going to turn very quickly into a Baron. 22 minutes into this game, Los Grandes have a 3,000 gold lead, soon to have the big purple worm secured. And then we can start thinking about Baron power plays and about Los Grandes denying Fluxu their shot at second.
Yeah, Fluxu, I think, need to kind of go into recovery mode here. Stem the bleeding for a little bit, because if you can get to that late game and you're not so perilously far behind, the team fight power that Cody and Bao should provide on those auto attack carries is tremendous. But right now, it's just a little bit too much for them. They kind of are constantly under threat here. Bao has to walk forward to dodge the tidal wave. And that means that he dies before Curse even gets in with the paranoia.
That is a crazy thing to watch in the slowed down replay. Curse doesn't even technically touch him before Bao is dead. Paranoia, unnecessary in that. Maybe they'll be able to get a little bit more out of it next time, I guess. I don't know. Like, if you're throwing a bunch of cooldowns at Bao, even if it's overkill, I mean, who else is stepping up
right?
on Fluxu?
Exactly.
As we both say exactly to each other.
Because we're both right, Dia.
So true. Tidal wave again.
Here they come, another tidal wave coming through.
Bao has no flash, does have barrier, however, and Curdy's joined him this time. Remember, Hextech Ultimatum available for Zest. Out goes the public execution, but the counter, by turning off the lights, has Curse sending it into the front line. We've got a Hextech Ultimatum down, and once again, Dudu is isolated and taken out, with Los Grandes being flashed on by Peach. It's a double knockup for him, and still nothing comes out of it. Momochi, who wanted desperately to follow up, will be the last one to slink away as Zest rockets into the base to pick him up. Momochi survives, but cannot say the same for his teammates. Fluxu, 4 down with an inhibitor soon to fall as well. Do Los overextend? Do they look for a little bit more? They do not. Nicely done, Los. A reminder, this game is still one you need to take a bit seriously.
Man, a bit of a free fall Fluxu has entered into, and there were moments there that perhaps they could have capitalized on, but they're just down so far in some of these positions. You can see now the gold leads have exploded individually for Los Grandes. The amount of damage that they're able to get down on the board is just somewhat ridiculous. And with no true tank, only Peach to really properly frontline, maybe a wild growth if it's off cooldown. It's tough for Fluxu to find the time for those carries to sit there and free fire. There are too many tools for Los Grandes to get on top of Bao, to get on top of Cody, for them to have the impact they need to have. And another paranoia coming out, another tidal wave, Dia.
I mean, that's just knowing what's illegal and what's not. Peach, unfortunately, did not know he was committing a crime by walking into his own jungle, but that's what it is at this point in the game with the engaged range that Los Grandes have. Paranoia already 30% off cooldown, as if that is even going to matter for what could be our final fight. Los Grandes are stepping into the base, knowing they run the place. 18 seconds left on Peach. Fluxu might not even get another fair 5v5 before this game is out. Cody has joined the team, but the Baron has run out, and Los Grandes are going to actually get engaged on themselves. Public execution comes down. Zest is eliminated. And Fluxu, they do strike back. There is life in this roster yet.
They finally get a kill back after a really rough run of it. They finally get one that's proactive. They're not getting engaged on and just happening to find something. They're making the play, and the gold goes into Bao, and they need that desperately. You can see Bao now is up to 3 items. Did just complete the both the Fiend Hunter bolts and the Lord Dominic's regards, but you can't step forward, Cody. Not with that engage range.
Sometimes there's nothing you can do but laugh, and this is one of those times. Did Peach not tell Cody that it's illegal to walk into his jungle?
Like we saw it. Wow, we saw it happen. I think Cody really just legitimately did not realize that cooldown is like 20 seconds. It's so short, and it goes on cooldown the second you press it, not when you recast. So it's a really short ultimate cooldown. That means they are down another member. Those Grandes using their turn on the map to try and get a bunch of setup around this Baron. If they get another one, that will be the game. You need to be careful going forward just for a support there. It's only Ackerman.
Yeah, this is still illegal territory. I mean, Paranoia might not be up, but it's not like Los have completely abandoned their support. These are not... I was going to say they're not gold games, but, you know, sometimes we can lose the plot a little bit. I would actually believe that a support did walk up alone. It's happened. It's happened. For the moment, Fluxu are going to back away and try and secure their own jungle again. Zest is going to spot this happening, but fortunately enough, for Cody and Peach. Los Grandes are setting up top side of the map. 30 seconds left until Baron would be their second of the game, and I dare say should be their second of the game, with an 8,000 gold lead, 2 Infernal Dragons, and all of the vision in the top side of the map.
Yeah, and it's getting tough for Fluxu to like keep up even when they have the opportunities to fire. They're not able to necessarily pump out the damage to kill what's not a particularly tanky team in Los, but Los is just able to essentially beat them in the DPS race because it is essentially 5 squishies against 5 squishies. Cody, actually, you can see, I want to point out his itemization. It's fairly defensive. Obviously, the Hex Tech Protobelt can be used to go forward and secure some ultimates, but it's in this state of the game, I imagine going to use mostly as an escape tool. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard, which has the stopwatch effect from the Zanyas. Meanwhile, everyone on Los Grandes is just all gas, no breaks, so much damage.
I know this Baron is going to go down to Los Grandes. No chance of a steal here, but 15 seconds ago, Bao did complete his Infinity Edge. And while I know that a lot of you are going to hear that and actually laugh out loud that I'm even noticing it, yeah, I think it's worth tracking where Bao's damage is at. Los Grandes have run this game. They're 8,000 gold up. If Fluxu are going to win this game, it is going to come from Bao's damage. And he has just gotten a lot of it. 4 items deep on Yunara. If you set Bao up for success with the Lulu, there is a chance. And by that same token, we've got to keep our eyes on Los Grandes because they are going to be killing Bao.
Yeah, they're going to try and find it's does Bao get to free fire? And you can see here he is taking some chip damage. That Corky finding some rockets in, finding a little bit of damage from the death ray from the from their Victor, from the mid laner. And it's all about, like you said, it's all about where is Bao, who is able to engage onto him. Everyone is saving their resources. And that's what happens when you have a late game hypercarry. It fundamentally warps the game. Bao is at about half health, but Peach is the first to fall. He's so low. The Wild Growth is used on him, but Bao
gets to free fire. You ult Peach, and that means that Bao's got nothing to worry about. The Yunara damage is real at this point in the game, and yet he's still got to be afraid. For Los Grandes, Ackerman steps a bit too far forward to him, but it'll be Curdy that tries to engage with the public execution. That going wide as Peach engages, and again, Bao firing from the backline. This time will be Hextech ultimatumed and slain by Los Grandes as Zest precision separating him from a butcher will help escort Los Grandes on this signature counterpick of Camille to a Game 3 win, denying the opportunity for Fluxu or anyone else to secure second seed.
Yeah, Curdy goes a little bit too far forward there. They can't follow up. They get stunned by the gravity field by that Victor. And that just leaves them so open. And once all of those, frontliners down, there's no one left to peel for Bao. And even with a Lulu, with no Wild Growth, you're a squishy guy on your AD carry. And once Bao falls, there's just no one left to damage the members of Los Grandes. It was a back and forth series. And I thought at the start of this game that Fluxu was just scaling into the series. They had a pretty bad first game, all things considered. And then they had a back and forth second game. And I thought, okay, surely here in Game 3, they will be, putting it together and it's all them. And for the first half of it, it was. And then all of the sudden, they just kept losing a fight and kept committing to these losing fights and could never dig themselves out of the hole.
And I mean, credit where I feel that it is due. I really liked the Nocturne Camille. I thought that, I was, mystified by what exactly was going to happen, how the lane was going to go for Camille. From a compositional perspective, Nocturne Camille is as good as it gets. From when Camille was released, people saw how powerful this could be. And it really worked out. I think the draft for Los Grandes was good. It had clear win conditions. It had clear power spikes. And most importantly, was easy to execute for them, which we really saw off of Ackerman's tidal waves being the engage button so often. This was just press R on people, watch them die. And with things like Ambessa, I think you can say the same. But for Aatrox, Azir, Yunara, Lulu, there's a lot more outplaying that you have to do to make that comp work.
Yeah, the burden of execution was a lot higher for Fluxu. There was a lot of, hey, we know who we have to go after, and we have a lot of tools that allows us to go after them. We can lock people down. We can get on top of them. They can't really frontline or peel unless they execute it really, really specifically. And Fluxu wasn't able to find that. I want to say, I'm vindicated because yesterday I said that I think at the moment Nocturne is stronger without Orianna than Orianna is without Nocturne, and I want to thank Los Grandes for proving that to be true.
That is certainly ringing true in this series, and I will say, Bren, I agree with you. I think that outside of this series as well, that is feeling true in the world of LoL and LoL esports. Now, one of the things that we did mention is that this first series had really big implications for not just Fluxu and their chances at second, but also for Vivocade and Loud, which is our next series coming up. As a result of the series, Vivocade are playing for the win, of course, but are no longer playing for second seed. They are locked out of that. Furia will be taking it as of this game. So as we take a break, we are going to run some ads to make sure that we get the pre-rolls out of the way, and then we'll be covering our last game of the regular season, Loud versus Vivocade, in just a few minutes. And we are back with our second best of 3 of the day. First one was tough, and I imagine it was tough for VKS as well, who would have been watching the series in studio going, oh my god, there goes our shot at second, but there it went. And now it's time to wrap up your season with a win, something that VKS should be able to do. And something that, to be honest, Loud shouldn't be able to do, but it doesn't mean that they won't. Loud are on a 3-loss streak heading into this match. It is their last one of the season. VKS have looked like the better team, but as Lunar was reminding me in between the games, anything can happen, and I should be ready for that. I should be less shocked by what goes on here. With my years of experience in the CBLOL and also Battle Royales, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and for Loud, I think that's kind of what they're going to be banking on, is that factor of hey, anything can happen. We can go a little crazy, because for my money, Loud has been the Shino show for the most part. He has looked pretty good in all their games. I mean, as good as you can when your team's on a 3-series loss streak, but Loud just hasn't quite had it. I feel like they're falling shorts in lots of little ways. They're not the disaster piece that was 2026 Pain Gaming, but they're just not good enough to compete with what's a very competitive upper half of the table.
Yeah, I mean VKS are sort of the epitome of that, of not a team that is at the top right now, although of course when we get to playoffs, VKS will be competing with everyone else for that title. But VKS have been a very what is the word that I'm looking for? I'm not trying to avoid offensive language. I'm literally trying to come up with like the thing that I'm thinking of. But when I use this in a sort of extended metaphor way, I tend to use this with teams that are, you must be this tall to ride. They're skill check teams. I would put VKS above that bar right now. I think that VKS have certainly passed the skill check. They're not simply acting as one for other teams, but they're in that ballpark.
They're allowed to get on the roller coaster, but only if they have a parent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Only if CL comes with them can they get on the roller coaster. They're not tall enough to ride solo.
And they do have a lot of mechanical skill here, which I do think is going to be both Loud's greatest strength and weakness in this matchup. For VKS, it comes down to the amount of skill that you have on this roster in terms of the amount of time that they have been playing in the CBLOL and having like really good performances in their own roles. For Loud, I think it is a little bit more about talent having breakout mechanical moments when you're drafting winning lanes for Loud. I think that's a lot more important than a winning lane for VKS, and I want to see that prioritized as we enter their last game of the split, which especially for the Loud roster is going to be a very important split to have finished in this way, because of the amount of experience that they will have accrued along the way that they can hopefully carry into playoffs in split 2. Excuse me.
I'm hoping that, for although the standings aren't particularly affected by this matchup, as far as my math says, that the standings are mostly locked in place for this last one. I think there's some import here that VKS, for their side, that they look like they have gelled together as a team. Obviously, you want to come away with a win, but I'd like to see it, be a cohesive team effort for their part, because they have had a lot of moving parts. The 5-year plan has had to get adjusted quite a few times, a couple amendments to the overall structure of the plan. As we get here into the draft, we're going to see what it is. Something to note, Miryu is a guy that we always have to talk about when it comes to VKS. You can see him being paid quite a bit of attention in the bans there for Loud. Mm-hmm. And he has actually been, I think, the highest of all the mid laners in terms of the share of damage he is adding to his team. He is doing quite a bit, even though he's not attaining that same dominance he was in the last split of the previous year. Miryu is still a force to be reckoned with. That's why we're seeing him be paid quite a bit of attention here by this Loud team.
The Ahri Hover I liked, I think, a little bit more than the Pantheon Ori lock-in. I mean, Ori does deny the Nocturne Ori combination that you had actually talked about at the end of the last series. So that at least denied from VKS. And of course, you don't want Miru on Ori, but you could also have gone with something like Vi Ari on the other side of that, maybe saving it for another matchup since you know that VKS aren't going to get the opportunity to lock that in. And instead, VKS will go with a strong top side. So a Nocturne Rumble combination actually working really well, especially if you want to bring yourself up to the top lane frequently. I know that we talked about Nocturne maybe not being the best ganker. Once you hit Paranoia, the magic damage and AD combination is devastating, whether it's in top lane or anywhere on the map.
Yeah, going to be hard to itemize against that. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Miryu gonna just lock in the Ahri. It's a strong pick. You can dance around a lot of the damage the Orianna has, dance around the range of that shockwave. And this is the traditional, kind of pick into the Rumble, trying to neutralize it. But as you can see with a lot of these popular picks, they're not necessarily faring too well this season. I think Cassante is something like 7-16, if I saw the graphic correctly. And a lot of that comes down to we're picking it to nullify the pick, but can it win the game afterwards? And like you said, with the combination of magic and physical damage, will it even be able to nullify if Weiser and Sorolu link up in that top side? It's going to be tough for Shino, as good as he is, to survive that onslaught, because when both of them are level 6, it's a heck of a lot of damage that'll be coming onto the board.
Ahri working really well in here as well, not just because of the diversification of damage in the top side of the map, but also because, like the Camille that we saw last game, just functions incredibly well as part of a pick composition with something like Nocturne. And there are members of Loud that can be picked off. Pantheon, perhaps not the best example, but as a bruiser actually does end up being a lot squishier than things that we see like Trundle in the jungle, even Jarvan. Pantheon getting a lot of survivability from his unidirectional invulnerability. I think I'm using that right.
Yeah, that's correct. I think.
Thank you. Then he does from anything else. Orianna, of course, going to be burst a bull. And as we focus down towards the bot lane, those problems really are not going to get solved. I'd love to see an Ezreal ban here for Vivo Cade Stars, because that is an AD carry that can give you a bit of trouble, but their other option is to lock it in.
Yeah, we'll see what they'll go with this last ban. You mentioned, that pick ability of these some of the members of Loud. And while, yes, like you said, the Pantheon has the ability to kind of block out the damage from wherever is engaging to him. If you are the Ahri, or if you are the Nocturne, you can just dash behind him. And in addition to that, he doesn't have any escape tools. The Cassante can at least dash away, and Pantheon has plenty of mobility options in terms of going in, but unless he's willing to invest the ultimate to run away, there's not much that gets a Pantheon out of a bad situation. So we do see it is the Seraphine banned out, and some attention being paid to Uzent here. Obviously has come in with Loud, has played fairly well for my money. They're going to put him on the Nico, a big playmaking pick for a support that Loud spent quite a pretty penny on, because Red was not interested in alone. If you want this guy, you're going to have to buy him straight up, and Loud said he's worth the asking price.
I mean, and this is the pick to demonstrate that Nico into engage is fantastic. And there's a lot of that from VKS, but it does mean that Uzent is going to be paid to be in the right place at the right time, because it is also very easy. Nico is very burstable. You need to be positioned properly when it comes to these later stages of the game, post 6th, and especially between 6th and 3rd Dragon. 6 minutes and 3rd Dragon is what I wanted to say. Obviously not the 6th Dragon and the 3rd Dragon. Corki Nami locked in on the other side, and Ezreal, the natural AD carry that we all saw coming here. The guy who will have the easiest time getting away from all the tools that VKS can throw at you.
But, obviously Ezreal we did see coming. I don't necessarily, even with the hindsight that we know that Loud picks Ezreal, hate those final 2 bans, because Sarah, as good as Nico is into that engage, one of the things that VKS's comp is going to do is kind of line up, and I think, go in, dive one at a time. I think a Seraphine ulti through their whole team would be devastating for this composition. And obviously Bard having, the Tempered Fate would have, put a bit of a temper on their ability to engage. So I think accepting that you're going to give over the Ezreal to deny them the more powerful support picks is acceptable here, because they, like we talked about, they already have other targets that they can choose to dive. We just don't dive the Ezreal.
Reminds me, I actually have to write down Ezreal because I forgot the last. I forgot to write down the last couple of picks of this draft. As it is, Vokade, I think actually have some pretty good tools for this matchup. I like the way that they have played out the latter half of this to prepare for a dive composition they definitely could see coming from a mile away. That guy was definitely in the crowd with the exact same hand gesture like in the last series, which, like, fair enough. I also would show up to watch the whole day. It's okay. I'm getting sidetracked verbally. Yeah, I like VKS's composition here. Cassante, Pantheon, Orianna, Ezreal, Nico does have an incredible amount of counter engage. While they can be picked, there is a lot of counterplay that you can offer here as well. And Cassante specifically is the best frontliner in this entire game. So seeing, and I'm talking about this game, not the whole League of Legends. That's Sion, guys. We all know.
That Sion guy, man.
Yeah,
Speaking of verbally sidetracked, he's that's if we may. I love that Sion guy. He's spooky.
Mm-hmm. Best Jhin counter pick in the world.
have a health bar the size of a house. I'm looking at my notes for the draft, and I did not write down who Mirio was playing. I just wrote down Mirio.
I've definitely
I didn't write down Ari.
Times. It was interesting they ended up picking Ari, because Mirio obviously going to be good on Ari, but because we talked about the Vi Ari maybe being something Loud could pick up, because Mirio grabbed it now, that makes it impossible for Loud to have later as this series goes on. So just a small thing that, I mean, VKS have also technically denied themselves, but it also means they don't have to play around it in the draft later if they have other mid-jungle combinations that they would rather have as the game goes on. Quick note that Sorolu has managed to evade a lot of vision up until this point, but will finally be spotted by the early ward that Loud managed to put down on Raptors. So as that camp goes down, both junglers finishing their half clears at around the same time. Sorolu's actually got full data on him, and Young Jay is going to take an early back on Pantheon.
Gonna take that early back, probably run up to the top side, perhaps in here looking to be healthy for maybe an early fight if Wiser pushes Shino a little too hard, maybe looking to try and play for some form of a gank. I'm interested to see what Young Jay's strategy moving forward is. As we look kind of here, as we're setting up this early game, something to call out is we have a lot of new tools in play. You can see that Shino has opted for the Doran's Helm, which will give him some additional armor and magic resist early on. Obviously, everyone's, most champions' base magic resist is very low. Having that bonus magic resist will help him quite a bit in this early matchup. Wiser has opted for the Deathfire Touch rune, which we touched on earlier, but the one that is the big call out here is Envy has gone with Storm Raider Surge as his pickup for his Keystone rune. This is
dope.
if you get a 25% of the enemy's maximum HP in under 3 seconds, you get a huge burst of movement speed. That is in effect, that is what it does. It has a couple of different, obviously riders. There's some difference between melee and ranged, but the idea is that when they engage, I can get a big chunk of damage off, and I can either use that to disengage, or if I'm setting up a shockwave, I can then follow up my own engage. And when it comes to trading in lane, I think it'll be very important for the Orianna, because Orianna loves to chase you down and just stack up those autos and become a real menace and bully you down. With this Storm Raider Surge, they'll have the ability to do that and follow up. So watch Envy to try and maybe bully Mirio if he gets the chance, if he can chunk him out.
Now, I really love Orianna as a comp pick, but I will say that I love Orianna specifically post 2 items. Even at level 6, Ori can be pretty underwhelming, and especially because you don't have something like a Nocturne to pair that with. Envy's impact be mostly equivalent to Young Jay's impact. What are they able to do with the wave clear that Orianna brings and the power skirmishing that Young Jay on the Pantheon brings to the rest of the map? We saw Pantheon played earlier today, and I was extremely critical of it, as I tend to be with Pantheons. You need to be active early and often on Pantheon, and a Young Jay needs to be rising to that occasion, not just for his own sake, but for that of his mid laner.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that he is, doing his absolute best not to leave that, like you said, leave that mid laner out to dry. They need kind of link up, especially because when it comes to that, having a ball delivery system, Young Jay is going to be the best they've got. And so you're going to really hope to see that Pantheon actually be proactive, make use of what the tools are. I think one of the criticisms we had of the Pantheon played earlier today by Peach was that there was not enough active use of the tools that Pantheon provides, and things like the Grand Starfall never came into play.
Flash burned in the mid lane for Envy is pretty devastating. That is a raw error forced by Miryu and the pressure that he's able to put out. You were talking up Miryu earlier. You can absolutely see why Aseo actually burns a barrier bot lane to keep from going down himself.
Oh, that was just, I don't know if I was going crazy. I swear the whole HUD disappeared for a second.
It did. You're not
Okay.
crazy. You're not crazy.
Okay. I am, just not for that reason, right?
Yeah.
As we're seeing these early spells being used, obviously the big one being that flash there for Envy in the mid lane does make him regain close to Young Jay passing through here. So Rolu is not yet level 6, but with his, once he does hit it, could look to punish Envy even in a short lane because of that lack of flash. Or perhaps even maybe look after Bull in that bot lane, but with the movement that those bot laners have. So be surprised to see that happen. I'm wondering, both teams kind of seem content to just play the early game, in content with the status quo, find where it is. Where's the first move going to happen? I'm not sure. Like, normally that's like, I love to pontificate about who's going to do what and where, but everyone's kind of playing it very, very calmly.
And Young Jay, the one that I am again focused on, Pantheon. Pantheon needs to be active early. Oh, I want to say almost even more so than Nocturne, but that's not really true. Pantheon needs to be as active as Nocturne, but it's not as obvious how to do it. We see a lot more Pantheons mess up around the level 6 to 11 mark than we do Nocturnes, because Nocturne's execution is much easier. Uzent does take a big chunk in the bot lane, actually making things a little bit tough when it comes back to Young Jay trying to make a play here, because when your laners are low, it's not really a tempting prospect to gank, especially when VKS are freezing like this on them. The play just doesn't exist. VKS have the tower for safety, and Bull can't even walk up to CS effectively because there's the threat of a Nocturne. Sorolu is on the bot side, and there's a chance that he just straight up ults Bull.
Yeah, he has the range. Now, Bull does have the tools to get away. His barrier is back off cooldown, his flash there, and of course, Ezreal always has the arcane in his pocket, but he needs to be careful. He gets caught by a stray Aqua Prison, has to expend resources, could find himself in a bad way, but it is going to be him backing up as his enemy support Kaiwing is going to take his leave, go get some items, come back lane, as we're finally seeing some proactivity. The junglers both unleashed ults in the mid lane here.
Young Jay, the one to focus, though, as he was caught in the middle of the lane. Fear is going to land, as will the bubble. One directional invulnerability saves Young Jay for a second, but not from falling for first blood, which goes to Kaiwing with a nicely timed roam on Nami.
Yeah, and Kaiwing backs and immediately kind of recognizes the situation before it unfolds. Perhaps, Miryu willing to step forward there, understand the
bolha e também a velocidade do Sarolud. Vou abandonar esse dragão e vou ajudar o meu mid laner para conseguir fazer essa jogada.
Cara, mas assim, o Young Jay ele lutou na rota do meio, mas é uma Ahri. Ela tinha 3 cargas de ímpeto espiritual. Na primeira ele já saiu do Pantheon. E depois o contra-ataque ficou muito fácil. Acho que a
Say what's up?
tentou armar uma jogada ali que nasceu meio complexa de encaixar.
It's back now.
That's all good. I actually turned you up through vmix so I can like monitor myself now, because I was like, I'm pretty sure this is a Discord issue. So I'm sure that stream heard what you said, because the vmix was actually transmitting your audio. But we're gonna take a look at how this mid lane play happened.
Break down that Youngjae went forward there, but I don't think was expecting for Kaiwing to be there. That's kind of the big difference maker. Kaiwing picks up the kill. These greedy Namis, man, picking up all the kills in their game. We saw it at the start of last game. We saw it at the start of this game. It's okay. Your guys supports need gold too. Your supports need love. Give some gold to your support.
And Nami is me, bro. I'm taking every kill. I'm taking CS if you'll let me. It's disgusting. I do. You better pray you don't get me in your games. I say to all the people watching from across the world, you'd have to be in Europe for that to happen, and that's unlikely. Statistically, not a whole lot of Europeans watching CBLOL right now, and they're missing out.
They are missing out. I made an EU West account.
Did you really?
because a friend of a friend is British, and so we were all playing with him. So I made a new I made a new account so I could play on EU West. So you guys ever run into 37 frogs playing ARAM in Western Europe? That's me. It's me, 37 frogs.
Well, if you see a Nami taking all your kills on EU West, bro, you'll know. You'll know. We'll have found each other. Now, as we crest 10 minutes into this game, it is worth noting that Dragon has, of course, been up for a while, and neither team has prioritized it. We've been talking about a lot of things, but Dragon has not been one of them, because in this matchup, as opposed to the last one, nobody seems to care. The neutral objectives are going untouched. For Loud and VKS, it is about killing players, and Wiser is the player to focus. Sorolu is on the way up, and with a paranoia popped for the counter gank, things have gone from bad to a worse, as a 1-for-1 becomes a 1-for-2 in the favor of VKS. Right place, right time, right execution turns into a big play for the Vivocade Stars, and an even bigger one down bot lane as Zed gets aggressive with the Pop Blossom. Kaiwing is literally one freaking HP, and Bull will take him down as Sayo answers back.
An incredible Aqua Prison there from Kaiwing, understanding, hey, I'm going to die here, but guess what? So are you, buddy, and that's a trade I'm willing to take. It gives Theo so much space. He does need to be careful. The Nico doesn't have ultimate, but still could set up. You know, the Cassante is on his way, but there's just no major threat. Youngjae trying to provide it, but Theo is going to back up before it becomes a problem. At top side, as we're going to take a look at it, we see that the gank comes through. They shove him out of tower range. Wiser flashes back in, forcing him to take these tower shots, and they fall so low. That means Rolu can just clean up these low health targets. And in the bot side, good positioning means the flash has to be forced out, but really good CC here from Kaiwing. Make the fight winnable. Yeah.
Minions just blocking Bull as well really make that 1-for-1 possible. EKS are answering back as ult gets used by Envy for a little bit of poke, sort of following the Annie trade pattern, but he's forgotten. The Sorolu is here to collect, very active on this Nocturne, and it comes back to exactly what we talked about. Youngjae has been pretty active on Pantheon. He has been ulting lanes off of cooldown, but it's just so easy to do on Nocturne.
It's like he talks about, the easy execution is so much easier for Nocturne. It's the point, but he's there. A bit greedy from Envy, I think, to step up there and be like, oh yeah, no, I'm just going to use my ulti there for damage. I think one of the big things you have as an advantage here is, okay, sure, if the Nocturne dies me, you can sombrero yourself and buy yourself some time to get away. But if you don't have the shockwave, you can't do that. And so even with flash up, Envy just accepts he is going to die. And a really good gank, another practice play from Sorolu here. Talk about farming champions. That's BKS MO. They're the number one team in the league for damage per minute. And they are showing it here as they have had no shortage of action in the early game.
Well, VKS get to consider their next plate in the mid lane, one that I'm pretty sure Sayo is going to get. There we go. A little bit of cash going to our boy. That'll round us out to a 2K gold lead 14 minutes into the game. We've still got our first dragon up.
It's still there. It's a good
This
dragon too, Dia. It's
This
a cloud
dragon
drake.
might actually be on the rift for long enough that it technically becomes an elder drake. That's what I'm thinking.
It's like it has the Pokemon evolution mechanic. If you play enough energies onto it, it's going to evolve into Elder. Yeah, and I mean, that kind of makes sense with the teams that we're watching play. VKS has really never been prioritizing drags. They are 7th in the league in terms of dragon percent. So in VKS games, VKS only takes 41% of the drags. You know, Loud, not much better, only 45%, coming 5th in that category. And so neither team really has drag as a priority. As they set up here, though, I can imagine they're getting ready to push for an objective. We see the pings coming out. Loud has started it up. We could finally see a neutral objective fight.
Well, Sarolu is the only one in the middle of 3 Loud members, so that very quickly becomes sombrero or not a devastating situation. Zyno does get aggressive on Miru in the top lane as well, and this Cassante has been working out pretty darn well, despite the doubts that I expressed about whether he'd stand up to the mixed damage from VKS. He has been surviving, and Weiser having maybe a little more of a difficult time with that task, as Young Jay does go for an engage on him. Sayo solo farming the mid lane, and that is with a Pantheon ult off cooldown as well. He is so comfortable on Corki, stepping up and taking space because this is happening around the rest of the map.
Yeah, and for all that being said, a lot of resources are really used here onto solo. You can see that the Hot Blossom used there by using just to take care of Rolu. And with all that being said, everything that went on around the map, the thing that didn't happen was the drag didn't go down. The drag is still up, and everyone is back out. So Rolu's ult is almost all cooldown. The same with Hot Blossom. Now, in the top side, Weiser, he might be the next to fall.
1-8? Okay, there we go. I was like, hold up.
Hold on.
He might actually make it out of this. This, however, you are not making it out of. Sarolu is fed on Nocturne, and Bull, Ezreal or not, is going to feel his wrath. Zent eats a bite of it as well. As a little aperitif, leaving into the top lane. Kai Wing connects with a bubble, and Young Jay actually finds Miru, who is ultless right now, but does have the tidal wave for disengage. Rift Herald on the menu because it is, as is every neutral objective. I mean,
Neutrals have been on the menu the whole time. I mean, they're just sitting there. No one wants them. And an interesting play there. We see both junglers trying to get proactive, using their big ultis. Young Jay does help secure the kill onto Weiser, but in the mid lane, it is another kill over to Sarolu, who just, that damage was ridiculous. I was not expecting Sarolu to have that level of damage, and Bull could not get away.
What I'd like to see. I mean, Loud, if any team has prioritized the neutrals, has gone for at least the grubs. They haven't really been able to get any priority around bot lane because, to be honest, their bot lane is losing. But Uzent, specifically around these neutrals, can make this Pot Blossom work, but it only connects onto one. That is disaster for Loud, and VKS, Gatling guns rambling, will walk forward onto Loud. Zyno will go down, and VKS give Weiser a double kill before retreating back into the mid lane, back into the jungle, back into the rift that they own.
Yeah, they sacrificed their jungler, but they picked up 2 more. And I think that one was Loud, went up and looked at the Rift Herald, and VKS was like, no neutral objectives.
No,
not in this game.
Even the observers are like, God damn, this dragon is still up.
We're gonna see how the fight starts here. The paranoia comes through, and the pop blossom only connects onto the Nami, and there's no damage to follow up there. Yes, they fall back. They are able to kill Sorolu, but their front line is just getting melted time, and that kind of what we talked about during the draft was with the ability for VKS to get in there, Miryu or Sorolu to get in there and kind of disrupt the fight. They're probably gonna fall, but it buys so much time for those people at the front, or CO or Wiser to just get that consistent damage down and melt through your front line and get all of those members low. Now, again, we're just clearing vision around these neutrals, but no one wants to take them. The Dragon is up 20 minutes into the game. This might be the longest I have ever personally witnessed a Dragon stay on the road.
I'm trying to think. We must have records on that somewhere. Longest lived dragon in LoL esports. The Rift Herald just died. Like it just bent over and gave up on life because it's time for Baron Nashor to spawn 20 minutes into the game. The first dragon is still up. Everything else has died, and Loud are making a play on the top side of the map, one that Miru does dodge expertly with his Spirit Rush, and he is out of there pretty darn easily. And with all that time, by the way, we all knew Loud was topside. 3 members of them were topside. You know what VKS didn't touch?
The Dragon.
They didn't touch the dragon, bro.
The Dragon. I kind of think, I wonder if at this point the teams are like, let's just see how long neither team will take. Let's set a record,
Yeah.
I'm going to confidently say, at least in the time I have been watching CBLOL, this is the longest I have ever seen. Definitely the longest one I've ever casted. We took no Herald, and VKS is like, the Herald guys, what are we doing here?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't Google this right now because my cat is demanding pets. But if you could look up the longest game time that we'll have to do this in a second. We respectful moment for this team fight that's occurring right now. Another Pop Blossom goes out. This one's still not quite finding purchase as VKS do finally lose their mid laner. And maybe even this fight, but as I say that, Wiser just lights up the Cassante, and Young Jay's headed out of here as well. I don't think anybody can stand the way of VKS, and certainly not of Wiser, who with, I believe, 2 items complete, just looks like God right now.
It's so tough because Loud did some good work during that fight, actually scrapping it out very well, getting damage down. But the thing is about Ari's... Stop it, observers, please. As you can see, they are the ones who initiate. They have that step up. Then immediately Sorolu responds with the ultimate. We have a bunch of back and forth big team fight ultimates getting used. You can see here how long Shino is able to stay alive, getting good damage down, going after Kaiwing, finds him, is able then, they're using the damage from their Pantheon to find the enemy mid laner. They get more damage onto Miryu, but the thing is, look at the health bars of CO.
And we come back to Dragon.
The health bars of CO and Wiser are still full. They can't take care of these damage dealers.
Do you think the coaches are proud right now? Or do you think that they're molding?
The longest a dragon has stayed on the news career.
Dude, don't ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT is going to be like, actually, the dragon invented.
I'm googling it. I'm googling it.
Okay.
I don't use AI. I'm not a bum. Right?
All right. Fair enough.
I have strong stances on this.
Okay. I was gonna look up what our longest game was this, or our shortest game was this split. That was what I was curious about, because there is a chance that this lasts.
This dragon lasts longer than the shortest game this split.
Yeah. Where is this? The stat must be somewhere. I'm like, I don't want to get too distracted because there is still a game of League of Legends happening, even if the dragon isn't experiencing it. As it is, VKS are playing a darn good game of it. 3,000 gold to 23 minutes as a lead may not be a whole lot, but they have looked in command of this game so far, and that doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. With the vision control that they have, and most importantly, the fact that the mid lane tower is down, Loud would have a much easier time of this game if they could get some of that mid lane tower a little bit lower and preferably down entirely so that they could start playing aggressively whenever they get leads.
Yeah, they you know, as it like, every time we have the dragon, it makes me giggle. We have engage here in the mid lane, so Roller going across the map.
Still almost takes out Bull, and actually will. The fact that you picked Ezreal, not helping, by the way. Not helping at all. Miru trying to disengage, is still going to get caught, dying for the second time this game. Loud, they may not have a lot going for them in terms of how this round has gone so far, but they do have really good in-fight focus on who to eliminate. It's the second time that we've seen Miru not get away unpunished despite a bunch of chaos being caused by Sorolu.
Yeah,
Shortest game, by the way, was 25 minutes. So if we hit, 25 minutes, 24 seconds. So if we hit 30 minutes and 24 seconds, Dragon will have been alive for longer than the shortest game in CBLOL.
That's so insane, man.
It is. It is.
We're still at first dragon, 25 minutes into the game. It's a valuable dragon, guys. It's a cloud dragon. It gives you move speed. We talked earlier about how move speed's the best stat in the game.
This actually makes me think of something, though. Do you think that it would be a passable idea for Riot to make it so that for every minute that Dragon doesn't get taken, it gets better?
I think dragons are already pretty strong, but I think there's a version of that idea that works really well and is a lot of fun to watch. So
now we have something to brainstorm when the game gets paused. We'll get to talk about it a little more about exactly how we'd balance that. BKS still have Seo, who, by the way, is playing one of the more unbalanced champions in the game right now, chilling in mid lane. The guy's 3-0-4, 3 items completed. Seo is incredibly powerful, but he's not going to get the chance to make use of that, strangely, as his jungler gets deleted right next to him, and a teleport flank from Mirio comes in for BKS to really not do much with it. They start the counterplay after their jungler is dead, and not much is going to happen as a result. In comes the Pantheon, though, over the top. Young Jay on top of Seo, who is just a little too far away from everyone. No flash, though, no Valkyrie, and he's been shut down. Loud, 26 minutes into the game, are striking back.
They find their angle in. They've been, using this Pantheon ult effectively as often as they can. And Weiser is in a tough position here. A good Aqua Prison there to save him, though.
Here he gets a nice charm as well, but he goes in. Bro, the focus from Loud is too good after that. Mirio, to be honest, did it just a little bit.
Just a little bit of it. Just a little bit of int as a treat. As we continue to, you know what that means though, because they got so much damage down onto Loud, and Loud got a couple of kills back the other way. Neither team is healthy enough to.
These tweets are about the dragon, by the way. These are about, like, the Claudio was, because Cloud.
Can we get? Is there a CBLOL version of Leo, the LCS stats guy? Do we have that?
What are you saying to me?
Are you on Twitter? Are you on Twitter?
I am on Twitter, but I'm not on LCS Twitter. Importantly, I don't get a lot of that served to me.
There's a guy that is the stats guy. He's like literally the stats guy for the LCS, and he'll just tweet out like crazy stats that happen. Like one of them was that I think people were talking about one of the players' deathless streaks. He had like the 5th most in esports history, like kills and assists during a deathless streak. God, Mirio just got just like ripped apart. I wonder, do we have a stats guy that can tell us definitively things about this dragon?
Honestly, I bet something gets tweeted out after this game. We're 28 minutes into the game, by the way, almost 29. We need this dragon to be alive for 1.5 minutes more, and it will have been alive longer than the shortest game of CBLOL this split. There will have been games that were already at this point, if we're just not counting the first 5 minutes of the game where the dragon doesn't exist, this dragon has already lasted longer, if we're not counting that.
I mean, no, the dragon spawns when the dragon spawns, right? The dragon has his lifetime,
Yeah.
and it's but in the time for dragon to have spawned, you could be at Nexus turrets, man.
You know, the crazy
they would
thing
be
is,
ending the game right now.
The crazy thing is that I don't even think that dragon taking was a bad idea for either of these teams, or would have been something where they had to go way out of their way. It actually would have been easy and a good idea to do, just like this play, as Loud go for something again, and this time we really see this Nico earn their keep, but Miru wants to earn his as well, but again, Miru's in the middle of 800 people!
They have so much damage, you can't go forward like that, Miru. And VKS get caught not counting their minions. The Yuuzhan just walks right up, has the Pop Blossom. They try and back away, but it's a little too late. They lose 2 members for it. If Miru had not gotten aggressive there, if he had just waited for the team to arrive before dashing in recklessly, they could have instead fought around this Baron. The Baron obviously lowering your resistances, making it easier for that underdog team to kind of come in and scrap and get that damage down, get that play. And is Skywing just like spending time with the dragon? Are they
know
friends?
Dragon exists.
they saw it, I think.
Look at this.
And we see here a
literally just
really
walks
good
up to
link
them.
up. Yeah, he just walks up to them, hits the Pop Blossom, a good link up there from YoungJ. And yeah, tries to go in and get the kill, but the shielding there is a little too much. Bull is able to survive. And now they don't have their mid laner. The Baron power play coming through for Loud, and VKS letting this game kind of slip through their fingers. Sand through a sieve as it slowly leaks away. They're making mistake after mistake, and they're all small ones. Nothing completely game losing, but it's getting worse and worse. You can see Loud finally get that mid lane tower down that they so desperately wanted. Maybe now, with no mid lane tower, it'll be easier for them to assail the dragon.
31 minutes into the game, and Seo flashes a shockwave. Loud getting aggressive, and Orianna crucially well past the 2-item mark that we had talked about earlier. She is in blow people up territory. If Seo had been hit by that, Seo was surely dead. Loud back away into the jungle. Remember, they've still got a Baron to work with right now, and are going to put that to use to collect even more gold. The gold finally actually shifting in their favor this game, as they now have access to this tier 2. Weiser's got ult off cooldown. Sarolu could go for an engage. They're not going to be able to pull the trigger on any of that, because if VKS mess up an engage, they lose the game.
Yeah, they don't have the damage. They know the Baron is up. They didn't have Sia with them either. Something I want to highlight. You talked about itemization. You talked about that Envy is now at that 3-item mark. As he takes down the tower, let's look at Bull's itemization. Has opted for the Gunblade and has a lost chapter in inventory as well. They did buff all of Ezreal's AP ratios fairly healthily. So some of these mixed damage items, you can see he has picked up his 2nd tier item. It is confirmed which one it will be. It is that Archangel Staff. And so with all the AP, all the AD.
In the mid lane, Sarolu actually survives for a really long time. The rest of VKS catching up to him, but Envy is going to flash the bubble. Loud, get away after the paranoia is burned. 25% of the way off cooldown. Already, VKS need to be making those plays every single time, because it's a quick flash burned out of Envy. If they do that again, they can get a kill. They can get their way back into this game.
But they also use Tidal Wave. That's a bit of a slower cooldown. Spirit Rush on cooldown as well. Ults in the hands of many of the members of Loud, at least their top side, their jungler, their top laner have those ults. And we might see that come into effect with this top side play. Look at the positioning of all these players. VKS slowly getting boxed in. YoungJ taking some chip damage. and it's very testy. I'd imagine that both these teams looking to try and make a play, then get some neutral objectives under their belt. I mean, obviously not the Dragon, of course, but
No.
any other, neutral plays they can find. Placing vision wards, obviously very important, much more important than dragons. Taking towers. Nobody likes dragons. There's still a dragon, man.
And we're
Here's the
still
play. They're
tweeting
pulling the
about
trigger.
it. Well, the dragon is alive. Players have died on this rift. What is this? 27 times. Now that is not one of them, as VKS did not manage to fully connect with their engage, but Miru's still in the area of Loud, who are shoving down the top wave, hoping to collect this last tier 2. The charm isn't going to land out of Miru. This tower will surely fall, and Loud will extend their gold lead to just under 5,000 gold. They've still got around 700 left until that mark. Excuse me.
They're pushing forward Loud, getting their advantages, like you said, growing that lead. VKS, like I said, slowly slipping away from them, and they're losing a little bit more. They've had some decent engages that have forced Loud onto the back foot, but Loud not having giving up anything. And it comes down to VKS. They need to find a play at the right time. They need to actually make something count. They're doing a lot of kind of waffling about. They're doing things, but the things don't do anything, in particular.
Okay, that was my bad. I got really excited because I saw an on my way ping to the Dragon Pit. It was actually to the Tri-Brush. That's my bad. That's my bad. 35
Loud
minutes into the game, by the way. In 1 minute, from now, the Dragon will have out. Oh my god! Oh my god! Loud have found the Dragon. The Cloud Dragon will fall 35 minutes and 32 seconds into this game.
Look how quickly they killed it, man! Like they could have done that at any time. Like it took you like 10 seconds.
Alfonso.
Did we name him?
Yeah, the chat named him. They
Chat named him Alfonso. Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's gone.
Long live Alfonso. Just for that, I hope Loud lose this game.
I can't believe they killed Alfonso, man.
Yeah. I don't feel passionate about too many things, but I mean, League of Legends is one of them. Cloud Drake, that's another. Sayo did take a pretty big chunk there from Bull. Ezreal is looking real scary at this point in the game, and so is Envy. Throws out a chunk onto Sayo, who holds on to his flash. That is crucial. It is a game of chicken between this corgied up Corki and the shockwave that is being held by Envy.
Everyone has their ultimates up. Whatever team fight comes next, there will be every tool online. Almost every spell is up, only a heal being used by Kaiwing and some teleports being used by Loud. But other than that, all of the combat sums are ready to go. No vision there for Loud, and VKS kind of storm out of this bush. But, oh my
Sayo
goodness, look how low CO fell.
So much more damage than he did, and he's got to flash. Flashes the Pop Blossom, though, and that lets him turn around. It is a double kill, however, that gets secured by Young Jae, and Loud have secured themselves a big advantage, trading up 2 for 1 with Sorolu on the far side of this rift. Low as well. He's unable to ult, unable to get into this pit, and Loud will focus their attention on the Baron.
Loud gonna go ahead and turn their sights on the Baron. There's not really much way to contest them. Miru and Seo not just having the ability to survive this Loud team if they focus up. We've seen that time and time again. When Loud focus down a target, they get a lot of damage out very quickly. This is their second Baron of the game now, and Loud are giving VKS fits because VKS can find their way into these fights, but they cannot, get anything accomplished on the back end. The Pop Blossom finds a couple, and they're just able to get the damage down early. Loud does so much. A double kill for Young Jae, who's had a rocky start. We mentioned was alting, was being proactive, but wasn't finding value on the plays, but kept his head down, kept at it, and is now being an engine for this team in terms of the damage they're able to deal.
Yeah, he has really turned it up, and a lot of that has come with him pairing up with Zyno as well. A lot of tankiness from the side of Loud simply because they have Cassante, and VKS don't have anything to answer that with. You pair Cassante with somebody like Pantheon, who brings a lot of damage, but also the directional invulnerability that we talked about earlier, and the ability to snap engage like this, and it is huge. Sayo, 25% HP, and he needs to finish off Young Jay, pops him into the GA, but it's Young Jay who, with the spear, secures the kill on the much more important Sayo. Weiser will answer that back by shutting down Young Jay, and it is 2 for 1 in the favor of VKS, but it does not feel favorable because VKS have no AD carry.
They have no AD carry. They have to clear out these waves. Loud, though, giving them their due respect, backing away now. And what's interesting there is it's actually, the only reason it's 2 for 1 is kind of a very heads-up play from Sorolu, using his ult as a disengage tool, something you do not see out of a lot of Nocturnes. It just uses that. He ults onto the furthest away member of Loud, hits his Stride Breaker, and uses all that extra move speed to get the heck out of dodge. Is able to retreat into his jungle, and that buys some time. Again, this is VKS. What has worked well for them is splitting these fights up. And a lot of damage coming onto Bull. He'll get shielded, but as he goes forward, Miryu finally able to find that assassination, dashing into the team. This is what he's been trying to do all game, and for once, Loud is unable to focus him down. And with Young Jay stuck there in the jungle, no flash available to him, he will be the next to fall. So VKS find something back. They do what they want to do, but it's still a long road ahead.
I can't believe Comet Spear killed Sayo right there. He did everything right on Corki, stepping away, firing back with a little bit of damage. But Young Jay and Pantheon in general is so problematic for Sayo to deal with, and that's before you even get to Envy, who's able to step up and do things like that, forcing out a tidal wave for literally nothing. Pops the Storm Raider Surge, gets the heck out of dodge, back onto the Dragon, as Loud have decided that's their win condition. We're going for Soul with one Dragon dead at 40 minutes into the game. I guess that's one way to end it, boys. You know.
Hey, I mean, you know, if it works, it works. But like, hey, some of us have places to be, Loud.
I don't know. Like, League is an art, and you gotta paint that rift however you see fit. But to be honest, the fact that we are 2 dragons in now points to a much bigger issue for both of these teams. 2 much bigger issues. One, that they are not focusing dragons, and 2, that late game, the best thing that they have to do is focus dragons, because Baron's only up every few minutes, and outside of that, what else is there to fight for, especially when we're this late in the game?
I think both teams need to just understand that if you're able to go over and take a free dragon, that's great. But there's like no purpose in even like fighting / contesting for it. You play for the team fight. You're playing to hopefully set up a strong pick.
Lights out.
Maybe this is the one.
Right on top of Bull. Sorolu gets CC'd by Uzent, and it is over for him. Over the wall, Zyno's kidnapped Sayo as well, whose flash takes him out, but Zyno follows it up. A deadly Cassante, and Loud, for all their sins, will take not just the life of Alfonso, but the life of VKS. 42 minutes into this game, they charge down the mid lane. They know they've got the team fight win, but more importantly, they've got the game win.
They have the game win. Finally, they do. And this was about to be in contention for the longest game, but Loud decided, no, let's wrap this up. They win the team fight, and unfortunately for VKS, it just comes down to they could not just get the damage down. They went after Dudu quite a lot, but I don't know if you saw how many shields that guy was getting from all his items. The Omni Vamp as well, because of his itemization, he was really tough to kill.
I feel like I've just run a marathon, but in my head. That was I think one of the most
I
stressful
microwaved
games
my
to watch.
brain.
Not in terms of the fact that the game could flip at any moment, but the game felt immovable for so long. We were sat at the same exact stage of the game. I'm bringing us back to cameras. We were sat at the exact same stage of the game for such a long time because no dragons were being taken. Baron was taking ages. Picks were coming in ones and twos. Nobody was able to, despite some seriously good plays happening. We had some seriously messy plays as well that just kept anybody from really being able to do anything.
Yeah, and even though Loud was like consistently getting the better of VKS would always like, find a bunch of damage back the other way, or find at least like one traded back. And so there was never like the definitively mega game losing fight. They just kept slowly losing bit by bit. And that meant the game progressed at a pretty slow pace. Ultimately, it is Loud that picks up that first one, but like, dude, I need to like take a breather. Like we gotta reset after that one, man.
And we will. We are going to take a break. No two ways about it. I'm going to grab some water because I had the hiccups for like half that game. And the last half, I think, mentally eviscerated me. We got to get ready for game number 2. Vivocade versus Loud. Loud won game 1, I guess. What matters is that we at home lost, I think. And Alfonso died, which I've taken as personal.
Man.
So everybody send your regards. I will be attending the funeral. And we'll see you for game 2. Bye-bye.
hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
And we are back. Recovered? Maybe. Prepared? Certainly. But actually knowing what's going to happen in game 2, I could say certainly not. Game 1 gave us a banger and a Cloud Drake that lasted too long. Let's see what game 2 brings us as we load into the draft, Bren. Loud versus VKS. With Loud having taken game 1, there is a chance that if Loud win this series, both of the teams that were competing with Furia for the second place will both fall here, and everyone will come up short of competing for second seed. Even though, again, VKS cannot make it, even if they win here, they'd at least have the game score. They at least have the momentum, the chance, the hope going into playoffs. As it is, if VKS lose here, Furia get to separate that second place from so much more of the league than they were expecting. And I think that we'll be going, well, I mean, of course, Red Canids are on another level entirely, given their singular loss. And then we got Furia right behind them. And then after that, who knows? Because these last games are not looking good for Vivo Cade or Fluxu.
Yeah, it's what we wanted to see from BKS was a team that was held together, like working as a unit. And there was definitely some disconnects in that last game. They had linked up a couple of times very early on. You know, Roller was doing great work with that Nocturne, getting in a lot of ults, getting in a lot of setup for the team. But it slowly just fell by the wayside. You have to wonder, what is VKS going to do to respond to that now? Are they going to try a similar style of comp, or are we going to pivot stylistically? Drafting has been a thing that is always kind of up in the air for VKS. They changed quite a few times. Who is in charge of drafting? Who's not hearing it? And so you're wondering just right now, what is VKS strategy? They're going to lock in Caitlyn, blind pick, first pick, and you know what?
That's
Why
so
not
high.
when it's 12-2 on the Rift?
Yeah, why the heck? Why the heck not? Why the heck not? I mean, you're not dealing with Ezreal, you're not dealing with Corki. Yunara's still available, but Ashe Seraphine is off the table given what they've chosen to ban this time around. I don't mind Loud locking in Ryze either if we're just picking generically powerful champions to lane with. I would like to see Miryu on something that is a little bit more control mage-y, and Bard actually gets picked up here. You can go Bard Sivir, and that could be a pretty good lane, even into Caitlyn.
Já pensando nessa questão de globalidade, né, que foi algo que os dois times trouxeram no jogo 1. Então, para essa semi-globalidade aí do Ryze...
I think SuperBren has crashed. So I'm looking at his face. I'm not seeing his face. Melio, going to be the next lock-in here, as you and I will hang out. You, by you, I mean chat. And I will hang out through this draft, and we'll see what happens with Brett and how he's doing. With the Melio lock-in, you've of course got a winning lane. I think it functions a lot like the Illusion Melio lane, but with a lot less burst to come through in the mid and late game. What I'd like to see a little bit more of is a response to the Ryze. I think it's free to lock in here. VKS have the opportunity to do just that. And instead of drafting Nero a control mage, Bren, they have drafted him an assassin.
Yeah, we see this has been banned out a lot over the past couple of series over this weekend. It's a pretty dang powerful pick, and something that I think Miryu is more than comfortable on. You know, we talk about when Miryu was really showing up as the hero of this VKS roster. You know, during Split 3 last year in those LTA championships internationally, it was when they went up even against FlyQuest, it was Miryu's Akali that looked so dang good. And so going to be set up here to give Loud quite a bit of trouble. And with what Loud have drafted, who is stopping it? There's no point in click CC. Everything. I mean, technically there's point and click CC, but you have to point and click twice, and you might not have that much time to live if your name's in.
You must ban Sion. Loud, you must ban Sion. Literally, you must ban it.
I don't think VKS would love to pick Sion, but they also, what they have right now, they're not necessarily keen on Loud either, but surely they'll wrap it up for themselves.
I'm so
Kind of
nervous.
interested to see because we saw it yesterday. We are currently in a situation where if they just give Weiser Sion, I will put in my notes for the third time in 4 series, who kills Sion?
Yeah, I genuinely, if VKS gets Sion here, I'm gonna sit on my couch and cast it from there, and you and I are gonna talk about peanut butter and Alfonso and memories of the good old days, because there is no way we are not going to 6 games if Sion gets locked in against Jhin. We're not picking Renekton. We're not We're not picking Renekton. I am not a person who swears on broadcast, but I am getting so close to blowing my we locked in Renekton.
I'll give Dia a second to recover. We talk about Renekton. He does have some synergy with what they have going on in their draft so far, being able to move forward, set up some picks, right? You can get the damage down, allow a follow up. It's very simple follow up. You get the time down, very simple follow up for the Jhin, get that W in. Wondering what the response is from PKS. We see the Aatrox, and we'll know what it's paired with, so it's not a flex pick. This could be a jungler. It is a jungler. No, lock it. The Ornn is fine too, actually. Either of those is good.
It doesn't matter.
BKS
Just
understands as much as we do that this is the correct play. And surely they're going to.
Okay, like legit, if VKS lock in a tank and then they lose this game, they actually should be demoted. I'm not. It's not. It sounds BM. It's ha ha ha. Dia's having so much fun, bro. If they lose this game, it's over, bro. It makes absolutely no sense. Ornn gets locked in.
Because, okay, at least Renekton is like good into Sion in the lane. He's not good into Ornn, I don't think. I could be crazy. I'll go look up the stats before I start. Just
look up the stats,
spewing.
bro. Look up the stats.
I'll go crazy, but I don't think that he's all particularly that good into Ornn. No, he's not.
Okay.
Guys, I think it's good.
I am putting a prediction in the chat right now. Does Dragon get taken before 15 minutes? That's what we're going with based off of whatever happened in the first game. We've got the prediction up now. It'll last 5 minutes, which will take us all the way up to the first Dragon spawn. To be honest with you, everyone at home, if you are wanting to bet in other channels with your channel points, I really like Sion and tanks in this game. I really like it.
It's just like you want to buy it. I'm like, oh, I want to.
No, you gotta. Yeah. Twitch is weird. Are you a mod? You are a mod, right?
I am a mod.
Yeah. Sometimes it's weird about mods predicting as well.
Custom amount. I'm gonna drop 10 grand.
Hi, 10 grand
Yes,
into no dragon before, what is it, 15 minutes? Yeah, 15 minutes. Ooh la la, what a spicy game we've got. A reminder that this game for the standings means basically zilch. We are playing for playoff seedings, and to be honest, we are playing like it. This is a CBLOL series if I've ever seen one. And it's time for game number 2 of the series to start loud with a 1-game lead and picking Jhin into a tank that absolutely could be. They could have picked 2 tanks if they wanted. I will be honest, Loud are playing like they want a game 3.
They need the practice.
They need the practice, bro. They're trying to fucking scrim.
It's scrim, man.
Hi, I'm taking off my jacket. I'm getting too warm. I'm standing up. This has had the opposite effect on me, where you'd think that being so down on a draft would depress me, but no, it's actually inspired me and Zent as we play.
Oh my goodness!
Sayo is dead. It's first blood in 20 seconds. I love the CBLOL.
I love this league, bro.
This is actually why I watched this league.
If Jhin hits 6 items, he can kill Ornn.
That's
all right. Lord Dominic's Regards is like a really good item this season, guys.
It's true. And speaking of Ornn,
Weiser having a decent time into Zyno. His jungler clearing away from him, starting on the top side, moving towards the bot. And Young Jay on Kiana will be going in the opposite direction.
Well, I mean, this is the expected result. Jin is supposed to be good in lane as much as like, a lane bully as they're supposed to be. The damage trades should generally favor the Jin lane because it does offer so much upfront. Here, the top lane, kind of unstoppable force meets an immovable object. They can't really do anything other than flash. Kind of the wrong direction there for Theo. Means it's followed up by Bull, who is able to get that first blood, quite a bit of gold. You can see the Loud fans are incredibly happy about that.
Just remember that going into this series, this is not only the last game of the split, this is Loud coming off of a 3-loss streak. To win this game, to win their last game of the season, would be huge for them, and to do it in this way would just be hilarious. Zyno sitting up top side, still chilling in this matchup where Weiser should realistically be just fine. He's done a really good job of keeping the wave pressed up against his tower so he doesn't have to overextend into the wave and maybe be chased down by Renekton a little bit later on. It also means that Young Jay can't really gank top, which means that he's coming mid, as Miru does get flashed on, CC'd twice and taken down. Loud have collected their second kill, the second kill of the game, and it is all the right gold going to all the right places.
They need to get these kills early because they're not necessarily going to be able to get them later. And this is what you want from this style of composition. They have this powerful assassin jungler. They have a strong bot laner.
Oh my god!
They have Sorolu.
He's dead!
My guy, are the Raptors that important to you?
No, bro, they're that important. Trust.
Listen,
the first game was like 40 minutes of us dying for like
I'm Mr. Positivity on the broadcast, all right? I don't like getting down on players. I don't like being like, what am I watching? It's like, man, these guys are pros. They're dang good at League of Legends, and I have fun, right? Why am I ever going to be dour if I'm having fun? But genuinely, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah. SuperBren, you've just got to discover the fun in being outraged, because I love supporting players as much as you do. I'm excited when these players succeed, or I wouldn't have cast CBLOL for so long, but it's fun to give a little bit of good old flame out every once in a while, and something tells me that in this game, in this series, we will have plenty of opportunity to warm you up to that possibility. Weiser out of mana right now, does have teleport to get back to lane, so we'll want to make pretty prompt use of it, as Zyno will shove this wave pretty quickly into a level 6 hit in the mid lane, and Miru looking for a chunk and a nice trade with the Akali. Has a great matchup into the Rise when the Shroud is up, and when it's not, well, is kind of not having fun.
And we get, the first break is on the map now. Hard to see whether or not it is a priority for either of these teams. The one option point they have.
Young Jay not quite able to ult in time to save his mid laner, but still gets a lot of damage onto Sorolu. Uzent is coming up here as well as an electrocute proc and a kill for Uzent. 2 for 1 in the mid lane. And the support picking up a little bit of gold never hurt anybody.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of bards starting to opt out of kind of, early game supportive identity. There used to be a lot of Guardian being run, up the Vandal type, but it is back to more pick focus and especially on comp like this. It makes so much sense. Be running Electrocute, and that extra damage certainly mattered there. And PKS seem a little lost here in the early game. They have the better of the draft, CL as a coach pretty famously prone to admitting to his own mistake, saying that he doesn't know when his drafts are necessarily that good. But we were sitting here like, this is an unlosable game. The players on the Rift are finding a way. Loud already up 2,500. We're 6 minutes in.
Importantly, Weiser has not really entered the game yet. 0-0-0 in top lane. Planning to be that way for a while. I like the observers keeping their eyes on the dragon. And I like Sorolu even more, actually starting the dragon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7 minutes into this game and we're starting dragon. And we're gonna have to peel off it because Loud want a play in bot side. Sayo eats the 4th shot, but manages to survive. As Sorolu has to peel off this dragon. His bot lane has simply taken too much damage. And all those of you who predicted this dragon would last longer than 15 minutes, you live another day.
I was getting a little nervous there. I had to pick Loud, like engage. I need them dead.
Ooh,
As
turret
they
plate
do-
as well. That doesn't hurt.
Yeah, they do, get a positive trade there and make them feel off with all of the, they only really had to use Bull's ultimate in terms of resources ended. Young Jay has his ultimate off the cooldown now, is looking for a play in one of the lanes on the top side. We'll have to contend Rolu's still on the same side of the map, but we're looking to maybe make something happen and get something more guaranteed for our future objectives. The clubs are up, and Young Jay has started them.
Yeah, grabs the first one, and Zyno's got a lot of pressure up in topside that makes it really difficult for Sorolu to contest any of these Void Grubs. All 3 will go to Loud, and that is the neutral objective on the top side of the map, taken out of consideration for VKS. 3 Void Grubs, also really big when we think about mid-game fights. I'll say if Loud win mid-game fights, their ability to punish and collect even more gold to snowball, really impacted by Void Grubs.
Yeah, Void Grubs felt a little weaker overall this season, and I think Riot is okay with that because they're only one set to come along early, and just having that be a slight up, so that you can't do anything about, it allows you to. It's essentially an amplifier. If you make good use of them, they'll still be useful. You can no longer just expect them to carry your pushing on their own like they did when there was all 6 and a lot of power off.
We should
Loud. Oh yeah?
No, I was just going to say, we should probably think about the fact that first tower went down as well. We didn't really call it out in the moment, but while we're thinking about Void Grubs, first tower going down for Zyno, a pretty big shift.
Yeah, and that will give a much longer lane. You're going to see probably because of that first tower falling, the lane matchups may begin to shift a little earlier. And here is the consequence of that tower going down right immediately.
Weiser likely going to get chased down the long lane. It won't cost him his life, as I was actually a little hesitant about that, but it will be a big trade going in the favor of Loud, especially when around that top side. They do need everything going in their favor, because you need to keep this Ornn down as long as possible. VKS get forced back underneath the tower, and Loud technically have access to the dragon, but Youngjae, why would he hit that when he can go for VKS right now? Tempered Fate going to connect onto Kaiwing. A lot of CC comes his way, but out comes the cleanse as well. But then Kaiwing walk this one out just fine with his ultimate. Now the dragon going to be started. 10 minutes into the game, guys.
Loud looking to take the first dragon. Not much that VKS can look to do about it. So it looks like a little bit more normal on our dragon time as we'll have this first dragon fall. Not long enough lived, have earned the name. Sorry, you're not in the same realm as Alfonso, my friend. It will fall. Notably, again, VKS doesn't tend to really care about forcing to take the dragon, but they're in this instance they're just not in a position to do so. They're down 4K at the moment. The map is looking really, really bad for them. They need to really weather the storm at the time. They can't ever put a foot out of line. If the fight is not a surefire guaranteed thing, it's a bad idea.
Yeah, VKS can't really afford to let this game snowball too much, and even now Zent is using that knowledge to pressure Kaiwing out of vision that he should be able to control. Slow's going to land, so will the stun. But Youngjae still a while behind. No Tempered Fate available means they can't really continue the engage. Never mind Youngjae. Chris's Control Alt Delete on the support. Is going to try and walk this one out. Ace in the hole connects with him. Youngjae goes invisible for the moment. A lot of AoE damage coming out onto him, though, and it'll be Miru that picks up the kill. Loud. They are getting as aggressive as possible. I don't love the 1-for-1, but I love the energy.
Yeah, I think Youngjae was stepping forward, knowing that he could delete Kaiwing like that. But I think Kaiwing, at that point, had accepted, like, hey, I'm either going to win this trade, I'm going to get my vision back, or, Youngjae's going to commit onto me, and to commit, he has to commit. He's done here. There's plenty of time for Youngjae to get in range. Look where the rest of BKS is. Kaiwing says if Youngjae wants to win, he has to commit Flash and Ultimate. He does so. But that means that shortly thereafter, they could go back and shut down from Miru, getting Miru some gold, getting him notably some dark steel stacks as well, allowing him to continue the game forward.
We look for Miru for a second. I mean, he is really powerful on this Rise. Gone even in the matchup so far, and Rise this split has been a fantastic pick for teams around the world. What has not been is Jhin. Bull got off to a nice early start. Ever since then, hasn't really done too much better than his counterpart Seo in the matchup. Caitlyn still having a pretty decent game, all things considered. A nice stun will land out of Youngjae, but we got to keep our eyes on Bull and how he is involved or not in the success of his team during the mid game, because this is when he's going to be most powerful. Before Wiser is there for every fight, when the Jhin damage matters the most, because once we get into front to back territory, Bull's going to be doing a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. It's so interesting to me that Jhin has had such prominence, but he hasn't really had that much success across the tier 1 leagues, the top leagues, only coming around to about 42 then it's 1. And I think because the tanks have had a bit of not necessarily a resurgence, because their carries are still very powerful in the top lane, but they're such a free and clean answer. And because carries are so popular, there's almost always a good tank that's available to pick, even if
while Zent backs away, I will credit VKS with fighting especially hard for this vision. They are not giving up unnecessary territory too loud or ceding objectives, much like this bot lane tower that they think they might be able to hold on to, although this might be the case where that does not work out for them. Stun going to connect thrice, and Miru at 25% HP has got to get out. Zent is not taking the tower, but as it falls, a teleport will join in on it. Wiser is here, and Zyno ready to frontline for his team. He's going to try and stun him. Out comes the Tempered Fate onto Sorola, who flashes away. Loud still getting the better of this trade. Well, in the mid lane, we've just got our AD carries clearing waves. The game's sort of happening around them as Bull and Seo are in the hyperbolic time chamber for AD carries, picking up as much gold as possible while the game plays itself out around them.
Yeah, some good defensive plays from BKS there, but ultimately, like I said, Loud getting the better of that trade, actually gaining some tempo off of the ordeal. Notably, though, Caitlyn has finally completed that first item, Hex fix for both AD carries. Bull is about half an item ahead, has completed the last one. Dale opting for the pickaxe instead. Kind of have to wait to see what that damage is going to look like. Obviously, Bull needing that armor penetration very desperately into Wiser, especially when you have, we talked about Wiser, obviously, but Aatrox with an Enchanter with him is also going to be pretty tough to cut through. I wouldn't be surprised if at least multiple members of Loud, at least pick up some antidote of their own to try and deal with that combat.
I think Uzent, yeah, he does actually force the Oracle's Lens. You can't tap away the deep wards like that. Uzent's vision play has been really good, as much as we've credited VKS, and it allows Loud to pick up a Rift Herald, another critical tool for them to accelerate through this mid game. Second dragon has spawned. It is a Mountain Drake, something that you absolutely want to be denying VKS as Loud. A lot of damage gets taken by Bull in the mid lane right now. Check out what he's building second. He is going straight for the Ornn's throat.
Yeah, like I said, he's immediately going to that last whisper. He needs that armor pen, and it's the only way he's going to. Like you said, this is when he is the strongest. And so while he is the strongest, he doesn't want to be denied simply because Ornn exists on the map, trying to find the right itemization to get through that. If UKS can, find some value, they're looking here to try and find a way in to this dragon pit. But so far, like I said, Cloud has been strongly controlling the map, pushing their vision forward. Envy might be a little out of position though.
Boy, that Realm Warp poorly timed. Getting canceled by the CC. It is a pick that Loud will trade for Dragon. This actually working, in my opinion, in the favor of VKS. You let me know if you got a different thought on this, but I look at this and I go, you're trading away dragons, you're getting some gold. I would not say that VKS are in charge of this game, but we have to remember they have Ornn into Jhin. And the longer they can last, the better. What's really going to matter is third and fourth dragon. Those should and then must be contested by VKS. But first and second, you can give up.
Yeah, VKS also coming out, a little worse for wear because they do get the Herald drop in the mid lane, taking out one of their towers. They'll take the pick though because they're at a stage of the game where VKS just need any resources they can find, like you said, so that they can get later on where that Ornn is going to be kind of unstoppable. They need to try and find more advantages. Notably, with all the quest completions, getting more tool participation for Wiser. Like I said, it's been changed now. A flat 80 XP bonus on any kill participation have any takedowns on champion. So Wiser wanting to take advantage of that, trying to get to the point where he's a menace to deal with, and a lot of that is going to be on the rest of VKS to not capitulate. Wiser will get there, just it can't get there before the rest of VKS kind of holds under pressure.
Quick shout out to chat, as Envy actually is going to draw my attention for now. We've got a first time chatter who I am really loving and appreciating. Thank you, Obi-Wan. With a "this is not throwable." And Obi-Wan, I welcome you to the CBLOL.
Sweet summer child.
These are so throwable, me boy.
A 6,000 gold lead is nothing, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for Loud. I hope that they do well. I hope they win this game. That would be so good for them to finish off the season. A 3-loss streak coming back and 2-0ing VKS, who were in contention for second place. Stranger things have happened than that not happening. Hero, does he take this? No, he does not. Wiser still is trying to continue to engage, though. Knockup not going to land onto Uzent. Surely he gets out of this. Uzent kiting to the side. Wiser gets saved by Kaiwing. VKS extend and expend a lot towards the top side to make this play happen, and it will cost them their bot lane tier 2.
You're going to lose their bot lane tier 2 and mid lane tier 2 as well. VKS getting a lot of resources expended for not a lot of getting things done. Theo does have his item upgrade, and notably with the item upgrade, every time an item gets upgraded, including Ornn's own item, percent increase to all of his tank stats. With 2 items on the map, he is now going to be very, very tanky. We are past that stage. Bull can no longer simply hope that his armor pen is enough. It will be a concerted effort to keep down Wiser. They have to maybe pick Highwing first, as you saw, because my goodness, that healing was quite a bit. And Bull, I think, recognizing that, opts for the anti-heal armor pen item, the Mortal Reminder, to help deal with Volu and Highwing rather than forcing his hand into the LDR, understanding that it will be a team effort to take down Wiser.
Yeah, this is an interesting pivot. I like how you've read it, right? Bo is more contributing to the team play than he is trying to singularly carry this game with damage alone. Something that Jin as a champion does lean into rather well. He is a really good team player, has a lot of CC that he can bring to the squad, and Zainu is going to get ganked right now, so we'll hold it as Sarolu, ready to go over the wall at a moment's notice, is going to do so now, locking down Zainu, who pops the Dominus, gets a heal, but can't get over the wall in time. The rest of the team is incoming, but Tempered Fate is going to go wide. Uzent is here. Zainu is still alive, and a teleport from VKS to continue the engagement. Brings Miru in. Magical Journey out, but Miru has eyes for Bull now, and as he gets aggressive, chunking Bull to half HP, forcing the flash, but getting taken down by Envy. It is a counter engaged by Young Jay, who has a huge supreme display of talent, bringing Envy right into the front line off the Realm Warp and serving Wiser up on a silver platter to Zainu. This could not have gone better for Loud. The purple worm is in their sights, and 22 minutes into this game, Bren, Loud have broken it wide open.
Hey, Obi-Wan, I'm sorry, I was not familiar with the game. Apparently this was
This is not throwable, bro. This is not throwable.
It's not throwable, right, guys? A 10-11K lead now at 22 minutes is just nigh insurmountable. And there were good plays to look for VKS there. I loved the Tempered Fate not going wide, but Wiser using his Bellows Breath to unstoppable through it. We'll get to see here. He unstoppables through the stun. Is going to continue fighting here. They get good knockup, but the Dominus just makes him so dang tanky. Shino will not fall. Tempered Fate comes through, and look, Bellows Breath through it, and they almost get him, but the cavalry arrives. Shino, buying just enough time to get his team in position. And Miryu, similar to his follies on Ari in the previous game, a little too aggressive, trying to go into the enemy team, and it cost them dearly. We saw in the picture-in-picture, Loud do pick up a dragon as well, but this team fight kind of just becoming a wallet diff. If VKS had a little more power on hand or Loud a little bit less, they perhaps could have killed Shino in that top side. He would not have been so healthy, or perhaps they could have gotten that assassination from Miryu and he would not have been traded out instead. But because of the just massive difference in stats between these two teams, it is very difficult for VKS to play this game out at this stage.
I'm not trying to speak too soon when I say this. I'm trying to be humble. I'm trying to be real with it. There's nothing like CBLOL to make me eat my words when it comes to Jin as an early lock-in. If Jin wins this game, I am prepared, accepting, willing to look like the biggest fool, because that's what CBLOL does to you sometimes. It takes your expectations, it turns them on their head. Envy does get his Realm Warp interrupted, and he is running it in the biggest sense of the word. I honestly don't mind this. If Envy dies here,
so much time.
It's worth it. VKS are losing their whole base for this, and they almost lose Seo as well. This is an insane way for the game to be going right now, but even Zainu gets involved, flashing away just to finish off the turret on the end of this. Ace in the hole comes out, a knockup gonna land onto Zainu, but Loud, keen on disengaging, will just lose one member to pick up all 3 inhibitor towers and 1 inhibitor to boot.
Yeah, they get a lot of value off of that. And
is not
really
broken.
understanding the position really, really strongly. When he runs in, something to talk about is he has Omnivamp boots. So he survived for just so much longer than you would otherwise expect a Rise to live back there. And because of that, it gives time for his team to get in and to get all of those towers. Lots of value. The gold lead continuing to grow for Loud. And VKS, to their credit, have not entirely, capitulated just yet. The map is not completely destroyed, but they haven't picked up a tower. They haven't picked up a neutral objective, and it's looking very, very dire. They need a hero. They need a mirror.
12,000 gold lead for Loud. And I'm still coping with tanks into Jin. What a life. What a life. Loud currently run the Rift, and 3 dragons in. Void Grubs secured. Rift Herald used. And Baron spawning in 2 minutes with a soul at the same time. I don't think Loud are going to close things out in the next 2 minutes. But I do think that after the next 2 minutes, things are going to get a lot worse for VKS. They've got a fight to find a fight timing pronto. And they're going to need to do that around Seo's third item. He is just a little too far behind right now to confidently take a fight as a Caitlyn. Her mid-game trough has always been a thing. It's maybe a little bit less this season than it has been previously. But Seo needs income on Caitlyn, needs to be popping up to 3 and 4 items for VKS to truly have a chance at this. Miru's damage is always going to be relevant. Seo steps too far forward. Seo needs 4 items, I should say, and to be alive. He cannot be stepping up like that.
Gets bailed out by Kai Wing there, using the ultimate, the Breath of Life, keeping him moving forward, but it means VKS have to surrender another inhibitor. All 3 of them are down. The double supers are in, and they're getting sieged particularly hard here. The wallet's just too fat on the side of Loud. Here comes the engage.
Temper Fate goes wide. Yuzent does miss on the counter engage, but Zyno doesn't seem to mind. Goes in to chunk out the Aatrox and now returns to the tower. Zyno looking for a little bit more as he actually comes in to try and stun Weiser, who will not go down. The damage from Loud not quite there, but enough to take out both Nexus towers before they back off. VKS, I want to say they have a base. They don't. They have one big crystal, and that is it. With under a minute left on Baron spawns and on this Drake spawn, the play is textbook from Loud. You back off, you pick up these objectives, you win the game.
Yeah, they back away. They know that they probably could have forced it, but that the only way for VKS to get back into this game is for them to force it. Notably there, the Observer is doing a good job showing us that Lotus Trap. It is camouflage. No one on VKS can see it, and that is a valid teleport target. So even if they keep these waves pushed out, there is something perhaps for Shino to teleport into and take that Nexus. Instead, Loud gonna go ahead and pick up an uncontested Dragon Soul here.
Look at that.
No one's
Like,
found
guys,
it so
pay attention to
far.
this. Oh, is he gonna walk over it? No. All good. I think a control ward is placed down, though. Yeah, control ward placed down in the base does actually spot that. Threat cleared, but Dragon cleared as well.
Yeah, and it is now a very difficult proposition. We're already having trouble clearing this Renekton. He has yet to fall this game. I doubt he will at this stage, because that there is a Chemtech Soul. It makes you tankier the lower you get. It makes you do more damage the lower you get. And Renekton is a prime user of such a power.
With the Baron secured as well, with all of the super minions spawning in every lane, there is a good chance that Loud do not even have to auto a champion in order to win this. They just have to walk in with the minions and see the work they do. Loud still, however, trying to play this conservatively. Have a small engage going off on Zyno. VKS looking for Bull on the other end of it. But Loud are looking for the end of the game. You can't afford to commit onto the AD carry because your Nexus is being slapped around. Zyno's on it right now with a Chemtech Soul buffing him up. He is basically unkillable and takes Miru out with the Nexus. Loud will break their 3-game loss streak. They will commit to the fountain, and in the way that only Loud can, they will end this split of the CBLOL with a win in the most Brazilian way possible.
In my notes, I put who kills Ornn, and then when this game went on, I put everybody, and I'm correcting that. Who kills Ornn? Nobody. Because they don't have to. They just don't interact with them. We'll just win around the map. Oh, no, we can't kill Ornn. Okay. Man, we're just going to kill everybody else. And here we are eating. CBLOL, sometimes, I will say, makes me think I know nothing about League of Legends. Because I'm I think I'm a pretty good color caster. I have a good understanding of the flow of the game and who the power players are going to be and how we can, make that relevant. And then we'll hit something and I'm like, surely this pick is too good into Jhin. There's no way.
It honestly just, I don't even think that's your fault. It just did not matter at all. The Jhin interaction with Ornn didn't matter because all of the most important points in this game, with the exception of First Blood, which was, I think, an important pivot point in the bot lane, although it didn't pay out that much. But all the most important points of this game, Sayo and Bull were just farming. They weren't actually doing anything. The game was happening around them, and Jhin was really my only problem with this draft. Everything else I was pretty okay with. The fact that Jhin was just matching Caitlyn the whole time, and these were just basically bots clearing waves into each other, meant that the rest of Loud played the game, and they just won the game because they played it better. And this pick never really mattered because who cares what the guy wave clearing 3 screens away is doing when we're getting dragons, we're getting turrets, we're setting things up. I don't know. I was fine. Oh, it's his birthday.
Oh, very nice.
Cool.
As it's kind of indicative of what we expect Jhin drafts to do. When you have this like assassin jungler, you have a Jhin, you need to get ahead early, and then you need to take that advantage and just continue to snowball your lead. And Loud did that to a T. They got minor advantages early, and then they turned those into medium advantages, and then they turned those into big advantages, and then at some point they just kind of spanked VKS and told them to go to their room.
Yeah. It's kind of spicy when you put it like that. I mean, it kind of brings a little CBLOL flavor to this whole thing that I'm not sure I was expecting, but you know,
I mean,
keep that in mind.
I mean,
keep that in mind as we go into the playoffs. You know, this is the CBLOL. We don't just have League of Legends. We got a little spanking action going on. We also got some incredibly, crazily long-lived dragons. I'm still tilted from the first game. Can you tell? That was a wild game.
Alfonso will live for rip Alfonso. He lives forever in my notes, man.
I can't believe that these two games were related, right? Because we had that one, and then straight into this where Loud actually looked really clean, and they took the dragons, and they did. These were like polar opposite games in terms of turning small advantages into big ones. The first game, it felt like we were just, I don't know, playing League Simulator until we eventually, the death timers were long enough that somebody won the game. And in game 2, Loud just schooled VKS. They were just
that's what I meant, man. Like they Loud just parented them. They were like, you're clearly not fit to be a playoff team. Loud will show you how it's done.
That's true. You can tell this broadcast has gone on a little too long, because even then I'm like, ooh, what am I going to say to make Brent uncomfortable? It's getting close. It's starting to become an unsafe space. So we are going to throw this into the ether. The broadcast will end. For those of you who stick around, we will raid the LCS because they are our former brethren of LTA North, and we owe them some allegiance. We love you all. Thank you for tuning in. We will be back with playoffs. And never forget the day of Alfonso.
The day of Alfonso, man.
The day of Alfonso. We will remember this forever. Love you all. See you soon. Bye-bye.